given by him or represented by him. So at the same time, when the comments were given, we shared some poll to keep the participant engaged. So it is another way of telling future organizers that since it is not face-to-face, how we can keep our people engaged. So this is another example that while session will be going, we can have some poll based on the data or based on the presentation going on. So we also did such poll. So I want to share that poll results to all of you before going further. So let me share my screen. Is it seen by you? Can it be seen?
Yeah.
Very much clear.
Because when our panel will be starting, maybe our technical program chair will again remind those points. But today we really don't want to discuss those points, but we want to give a highlight of those points, and we want to reflect the opinion of our participants who are the future organizers and our panelists who are the invited speaker, keynote speakers, and session chairs of TENSYMP 2020. So first question was, for virtual conference, which of the presentation style do you like? So there are options. Is it a live presentation or the recorded presentation? Live presentation means, you know, that presenter will be appearing online and present the way I'm presenting now. And recorded presentation means we will be collecting recorded audio visual presentation before, and there will be a presenter, will be registered presenter, will be present there for the question answer session. And the organizers, virtual session management team will be recording those presentation in the presence of session chairs and host and other participants. I request someone who is trying to annotate my slide. Host, please stop annotation, please. So based on this poll, these two types of polls, 75, actually I have seen the log. Yesterday, around 172 participants entered Zoom in various times with more than half an hour duration, many of them. And the participants were from 10 different countries, and from region 10 mostly. There were participants and speakers from region 8 and United States region 1 and region 6. So that was our yesterday's participants. Actually, total 232 conference organizers have registered, apart from our around 70 panelists and speakers of VCOP 2020. So based on the 172 participants who entered Zoom in different times during the 3 hours yesterday, total 75 participated and 37% told that they prefer a recorded presentation, and 63% told they prefer live presentation, because we are still nostalgic about our live and face-to-face presentation, but there are a lot of limitations, connectivity and other things. Today we will be telling you how we overcome the challenges of connectivity and why we went for recorded presentation. Question number 2, in a virtual conference where recorded presentation is being shown, do you think it is necessary for the author to be present during the video presentation? around 67 participants participated in the poll. They think that it is not needed, the authors present. And 87% told that yes, it is needed. Actually, we have to send papers to the IEEE Explore, and the reviews incorporated in the papers. Already our technical program team has seen it, plus still session chair has some questions, participants has some questions. Maybe it may happen that among the co-authors who can speak English very well and who will get the video has been recorded by him or her, but but the first author has presented or registered for the conference and he or she is present there. So these are the cases may arise. So we really need to verify, and we wanted to ensure that author is present there so that we can mark them whether they're present or not, how they handle question answer session. If it can happen that he is or she is unable to answer any question, then technical program committee will decide what will be the status of that paper, whether it will be documented as presented but not satisfactory. In that way, what we will tell, there is a term show or no show. Beyond that, there are other things where technical program chairs and co-chairs can decide based on the comments from the session chairs. That's why we really wanted the author to be present. Question D, do you think one of the important factors for the authors to prefer a face-to-face conference over a virtual conference is to travel and visit new places? 62% total participants, poll participants, 15% said no, and 85% said yes. Actually, this is a very important reason to many authors. They love to go to Hawaii. So when we launch this Women in Engineering conference in the area of electrical engineering for the first time in the world in Dhaka, many my mentors and many people were panicked that it is for the first time and it is a women conference and it is in Dhaka. Who will come? You know, we worked so hard, and there are more than 90 foreign delegates, 3 society presidents, and 6 keynote speakers, who all are fellows of IEEE, and more than 500 papers were submitted, and around 120 or something papers were presented. So what I want to say, although travel is a very important issue, visiting place, knowing culture is important part of the technical growth, I should say. Still, if we can design a good quality program, no matter where you do, people will go there. And that is the way of IEEE, doing the technical things and increasing the interest among the people by the quality program. And I really miss the face-to-face conference before the travel and seeing the good place, because it made me really interesting. It really environment friendly, culture friendly. I came to know many places. I came to know many culture for doing the collaboration. And Q4, let us consider a situation after the COVID-19 pandemic. You have a research paper to publish. You have 2 conferences to choose from to submit the paper without considering other factors. Which one would you choose? 68 poll participants, 47 said virtual conference, and 53% said face-to-face conference. I just shared you. There are many other factors. We love to meet someone who has written our textbook. I can remember that when I was doing PhD and I was attending the Speak Up flagship conference, Philadelphia, just beside me was sitting who has written our textbook. What I should listen to others. I was excited to talk to him. And that time there was no selfie and we could not keep this moment memory. And I really, as a young student, I really catch him in the tea break and we had a lot of chat and still we are continuing collaboration. And you know, his citation is more than 30,000. He is actually Srikantanaran from University of Southern California, USA. Please visit his website and Google Scholar citation. These are the people who will keep us inspiring. We miss their face-to-face encouragement, but still they're passionate volunteers. They are continuing their encouragement in the virtual pandemic situation where many people around us, our relatives, are dying or COVID positive. That's a mental stress, and mental health is very important for a researcher. Q5, should the virtual conference be free to participate and open to all? That is a very, very far-reaching impact. This question has a far-reaching impact. Total participants 73, they said no, 38%, and 62% said yes. Actually, there are many reasons for being yes, because IEEE Explore was open to all for our pandemic situation, to disseminate knowledge, to engage in knowledge earning. And for TENSYMP 2020 also, we sent an e-notice in collaboration with the help of Region 10 to each IEEE member of Region 10, and it was made open to anyone, any researcher in Bangladesh, because it was the first one and many people was telling that it will be cancelled, it will be delayed. But actually we wanted to people to give strength and courage so that they remain engaged, they retain their potential, they continue their hard work. So that was the reason we made it open to all, but there is a risk. When there will be normal, people will forget the culture of paying registration fee and attend the conference. They will forget this culture. But when there will be face-to-face, there are a lot of financial involvement needed, and the really most of the financial part is covered from the registration fee to make a conference self-sustainable. So these are the potential risks. And 6, do you think identity verification of a registered author is a challenge in a virtual conference? Among 66 participants said no, and among 52 participants said yes. Actually, we have to. There are a lot of machine learning, deep learning going on, but there are ethics in every techniques. We are writing papers, we are authors, and we trust our authors. But still, some sort of identification verification is always required. Our team, our host, our session chairs, and as a journal chair, as a technical program chair, we randomly visited and we tried ourselves to identify and to verify the registered author. We did, because the session time is very limited. Most of all, we really trust our authors. But this is very important. Ethics is very important in IEEE or anywhere. Q7, do you think within the next 1 year, conferences should be organized face-to-face, considering travel restriction, quarantine requirement, COVID-19 severity in various countries? There are 2 options. For the next 1 year, no conference should be organized face-to-face. And secondly, face-to-face conferences can be organized within next 1 year. So among 86 poll participants, 21% said that face-to-face conferences can be organized within next 1 year, and 75% said no conference, because we have to take care of our members' health and life first. This is very important. We miss everything. We miss missing our friends, but still at first we have to always consider about our members, our authors, our reviewers, our speakers. They have to live long to keep continuing working hard for us, to encouraging a new generation. That is very important for us. And Q8 for a hybrid conference, that actually the previous question actually triggered this question, that for a hybrid conference, maintaining the social distancing, do you think participants can have the same level of fun, socializing as a face-to-face conference? Because, you know, in IEEE, one of the largest conference, I said yesterday, ECCE, it is co-located with Industrial Application Society annual journal meeting. This year, actually, they said that it will be hybrid. But whereas our IEEE section congress, where volunteers from 10 IEEE regions met together for learning, for training, that has been canceled. And many flagship conference like Signal Processing Society, Speak Up, EMBS Society, EMBC are all are online. Sorry, Speak Up is online and EMBC is also online. Also, Power and Energy Society annual general meeting in August became online. So there are many points. So from 82 participants, no said 57% and yes said 43%. Same level. How this how this although we are socially distant, but how this can be made, because there are many authors previously in one room, 5 authors, 10 people sitting or 6 people sitting, and sometimes there is question, there is no question, and session chair is asking question. Even the authors did not talk to each other. But now it is not face to face. It is now online. I can see the chat box. Many people are writing questions, but in the real life, they would have been shy and they could not ask questions. And not only that, they're talking with they are personally talking with the speakers directly. The participants, they are talking with each other. They are talking with panelists. I think people are getting beyond their shyness. Hope this will continue, and this good habit will continue when the situation will be normal. So we are always, although we are socially distanced, but still we are finding another level of socializing. And sometimes though, when the session is over, virtual room remains open. Many people talk with each other before and after the conference. Today we met our many friends. We met our friends whom we last met in 2016, and many other senior professor whom I met physically after 10 years, or many other alumni whom I met after 12 years. And that is very important. So we find always alternative approach. And question 9, virtual conferences are far better than face-to-face conferences without any debate. Do you agree? For 72 participant, no said 63%, and yes said 37%. You know, we have differences in opinion, but it is very important to know the opinion so that we can work on it, we give rationale behind it, and we can improve on our future direction. And 10, which of the conference types are easier to organize for the conference organizers? Virtual conference, face-to-face conference, both are equal. 67 participants. 10% said both are equal. 11% said face-to-face conference, and 79% said virtual conference. You know, there are many points say there is no food. We can have a common room where we can have our coffee virtually, but actually there is no food. Food is an important part, and no registration kit. And so this management takes a lot of time, lot of difficulty, but those also brings satisfaction from the authors. So there are many points. The degree of easiness depends on different factors. 11 question, do you think a virtual tour of different tourist spots of the hosting country can add a different dimension in a virtual conference? 58 participants, 47% said no, 53% said yes. You know, for Region 10 flagship conference, if you visit our TENSYMP website, if you see our call for paper, you can see that our registration fee included a tour in the tourist spots, like the largest unbroken sea beach in the world, Bay of Bengal. We are proud of it. Largest mangroves, Sundarbans, where you can see the Royal Bengal tigers. So it was part of our registration fee. So we really cannot deny such thing which will attract the young generation, the young authors, also the senior ones who actually visited many countries but wanted to see Bangladesh. That is important. Uh, Question 12, after the pandemic situation resolves, do you think the virtual conferences as an idea will sustain? Among the 68 participants, no said by 22%, yes said by 78%. Actually, this reflects the summary of the discussion and the strength of the virtual event that we have created among the authors and organizers. That's why 78% people said that it will sustain, because sometimes in sections, in chapters, we do not get good speakers because of travel, because of funding. Then we will be more practiced in webinars, even in pandemic situation waiver, so that knowledge can be shared. Okay, that is important. For our case, Region 10, because Bangladesh section in 2018 has received IEEE MJ Outstanding Large Section Award in 2018. In 2019, it was by Bangalore, and in 2020, it was by Kerala. We wanted to really celebrate the event, and you see, that's the spirit. When there is something very good is happening, everybody is congratulating. We want to keep continuing this culture. Thank you very much. Hope you got some idea that what we did yesterday. So I have unshared the slide, right?
Yes.
So thank you all. So I just tried to summarize. So with that said, I will tell our technical program chair to move ahead with the next part. We have two keynote speaker, and I really want to thank the poll participants who really many were there are a lot of questions. If there are questions, please, I will be reading, and time to time I will try to answer. Do you have any questions? You can ask at this moment 2-3 questions, which we will be able to answer, and keep all the questions in the chat box. We'll try to utter during the whole event. Hmm?
Celia, you are muted.
Thank you. A lot of parallel processing going on. So let me see, give me 1 minute. I want to see whether our speakers who need to go early, they arrived or not.
Hello, Celia. I am here.
Oh, hi. Hi, Professor Buzena. Yes. Thank you, Professor Buzena. It's a great thing. We have just started and we shared.
I listen to you. I listen.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It is very early morning in California, Los Angeles. So
it's true. It's extremely early.
And you have another keynote at 9 a.m. It is around 6:36 a.m. in California, Los Angeles.
It's fine because at the same time there is conference in my area of research, control conference. So thank you very much. I don't know, whenever I would like to say few words, you can tell me.
Yes. Okay. So I think before going to the panelists, Professor Buzena, I really invite you to share your views. Professor Buzena is a life fellow of IEEE. There are very few women who are fellow of IEEE, and she's a life fellow of IEEE. If we can achieve 10%, what she has achieved, that will be a great thing. That will be a great thing. That's why we listen to them. We listen to our role models like her. And she's a professor in University of Kansas. And also she was a chair of IEEE Global Women in Engineering. And she's the founder of Women in Control. Control is a subject in electrical engineering. The women, and we all, male, women, everybody thinks it is a very tough subject. But she is founder of Women in Control, although she has a remarkable contribution in the IEEE Control Society. So Buzena, please share your view. I welcome you, and you can share your comments.
Thank you so much. And this is a great pleasure to listen to you and your polls, because in fact, your answers really answer complexity and address complexity of the issue. I am here in California, in Los Angeles, which is now considered one of four hottest spots in the United States. So we are returning, like sort of, it was a little bit relaxed. Now it's again, stay at home. So I was caught during spring break when I came here for just a few days of spring break in March. And since March 16, I am far from home. And I really don't know even what is going on with my house in Kansas. So it's very far. And I was advised not to take flight. So this is complicated because I have only travel devices with me. So I have very small MacBook, very old. And that is just a moment ago when I joined your conference, immediately is alert that my Wi-Fi is unstable. So this kind of contribution, this kind of things, this kind of situation makes presenter sort of stress out. You know, I worry that I won't hear you like it happened during another panel session, that my video didn't work and so on. So those aspects are very critical. So when you record the presentation, I understand this is okay, it can be pre-recorded, can be shown, this is fine. But when you want to have a live, panels, live presentations, this is different. Because even recording of those live presentations is not sometimes very good.
One second, Bozuna. The participants who are not speaking, Please mute. Host, please mute everyone except Bozenna. And for better connectivity, you can also off your video.
All right.
Carry on, Bozenna.
Thank you so much. Thank you. This helps with the noise. In fact, can you see my expertise is modeling the noise in the system. So anyway, you address very good question. And currently I am also, as I mentioned, at the conference that was supposed to be held in Colorado, in Denver, but unfortunately it didn't happen. So we have pretty well organized. I observed this is second day of the conference, around 1,000 people, similar to what you had at your conference. And by the way, I wanted to compliment you that TENSYMP conference, I thought that it was extremely well organized, and I was very satisfied when I attended some meetings and some sessions. I wanted also to say that from this California, from very far, I had one semester teaching using Zoom meetings with students, and you survey your participants. I survey my students. It was group class of 40 students, and all of them said that they prefer in-person meetings. So as the result, my university still doesn't know what will happen in fall, but we are prepared to exactly what you were in survey for all kinds of scenario, face-to-face, online, or hybrid. I chose, for example, I volunteer for hybrid, but then I learned, but I put condition that social distancing must be followed. And then I got answer from my administrators that this cannot be guaranteed because classes, we don't have enough large classes, but I teach mathematics for engineers, but we teach classes that are large. So the solution, finding optimal solution, is a really very complex problem. Next week, I start attending our largest International Federation of Automatic Control Congress in Berlin, but it will be held virtually. And it's for over 4,000 participants. And I have my research paper. This is fine because it was pre-recorded. But even very, very looking excellent panel session that I will have has so many constraints. It means so many things I have to require from panelists. Even something like immediate cell phone number to contact, to prevent, to all kinds of organizers consider all kinds of scenarios that it may not work, that connection can be interrupted or disrupted. So this way, those are huge problems for organizer. I will also share with you at every conference, control conference, I go organize outreach program. It means I have traditional, for the last 20 years, I have traditional workshop for middle and high school students. So more or less grades like between 5 and 12. And for those workshops face-to-face, at the conference for those workshops, I always, necessary condition is to have permission from parents to attend conference, to take, that we can take pictures, all kinds of, for safety reason, for safety. So this time when it went virtually, for the first time in 20 years, I postponed. For what reason? I could run like every conference, but what was the reason why I postponed? I couldn't get permission from parents to attend, because even if students, these children, have to attend Zoom, I have to have permission of parents that somebody will be assisting, whatever. Maybe some presentations are not right, whatever. Parents have to agree to participate. And I haven't received, because most of the time is organized, that permission is organized through schools. But schools are not in sessions in the United States. Schools, summer camps are not held in the United States, in certain states, not yet. So I'm telling you that there are that kind of difficulties that even I didn't know when I responded, oh sure, I will help. So for the first time, as I said, in 20 years of a program that I ran, sustainable model, great model, I had to postpone, which is on the record, is not held. So organizers were of course disappointed, because this is like a major component. Every organization, every conference, I believe, should care about having broader impact of research. So there, to answer question, which one is better, which one is very difficult. I would always say that it depends what you expect, what your expectations are. Technical presentations, I don't see any problem with technical presentation, pre-recorded technical presentation, but those live panels, live workshops, live interactive, and going to different rooms for the discussion. Yesterday I had panel, and we were planning to go to smaller rooms for the discussions. It didn't work. So there are things that work very well. There are things that should be improved and considered maybe differently. Or sometimes you have better recording, better equipment. Technology here is really critical in those scenarios. So I consider that we are in sort of, with our conferences, in testing status, in testing stage. So we will be evaluating. I know, for example, another biggest conference, Decision and Control Conference, IEEE Control System Society Decision, and was supposed to be held in South Korea in December. It's already decided that it won't be face-to-face. So I discussed yesterday with President of IEEE Control System Society. I asked her, what is your biggest challenge? She answered, how to handle these conferences and the way, and also economic component and so on. So there is a lot of things to be tested, to be analyzed, and I compliment you for taking those polls and those surveys, because collecting data, I am a strong believer, I am also a statistician by education. on the side of engineering and mathematics. So I believe strongly in data and analyzing data and making inferences from that data, meaningful inferences. So anyway, the future is full of uncertainty. In the United States is getting absolutely unbelievable here. I thought that Kansas is already safe, so maybe I could drive 21 hours going home, but then I was advised that not, because Kansas now in rural areas is experiencing spreading coronavirus. So, you know, we have a lot of uncertainty, and as you follow data, United States is in very, very difficult situation currently. So I compliment Celia saying that health is the most important, and this has to be taken care of. So when I said to my department that I want teach if I have no social distancing conditions satisfied, then is taking into account, because this health is the most important. So I think I probably will stop, because I can probably talk about that after conferences. But if somebody has any questions to me, I will be delighted to answer. But I think that it's very difficult to contribute more what you already know, so what you already tested. So some things work very well, some things would be better. Like, for example, I met in Poland, I am from Poland. So in 1980, it was famous semester on control. And I met from all over the best, the top people in control. I met at that time when I was still, you know, very, very young. And I treasure up to now, those are still my mentors and my sponsors and so on. So face-to-face has that beauty that we can really be like more connected on personal. But if we will speak about technical contribution, I believe that those recorded, pre-recorded technical presentations are very, very satisfactory if it's well done. Thank you so much. I believe that I can only take questions, and please ask questions, and at certain moment probably I will leave you, but I will still stay and observe what you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bozenna. I know you have a keynote at 9 a.m., but still, that is the commitment and that is the level of passion. A promise must be kept, right? That is important. You always emphasize on this, and that is also a part of ethics. Because yesterday one of our keynote speakers was telling nowadays, because it is virtual, people enter and after half an hour we call them, where are they? Maybe they are gone. That part has to be verified when you are registering something. So one of our panelists yesterday, after yesterday's event, he has sent some comment that how that ethical part and ethical motivation can be improved while doing this virtual conference. So thank you, Professor Bozenna, what you said from your real life experience, and we really got it. And if you have any questions, then you can ask Professor Bozenna. Please write it in the chat box. I will read it. And if not, please think and read it. We'll come back to Bozenna again. Okay, it's okay, Bozenna? We give people allowed time to think about you.
I think,
yes.
I just have one compliment to thank you, Professor Bozenna, to come here. So because we are asking last day, yesterday also to the conference organizers, even you can see a chat is going on. If you are a conference organizer, which mode you'll be preferring? If the conference is still during the pandemic, because we don't know when it will stop, March 2021. That was the critical point we have given to the participants. But being a keynote speaker, because I am sure like most of the cases you're keynote speakers or speakers in a conference, what's your opinion? What's your feeling? Because I'm sure like yesterday also our keynote speakers, they said like one conference to attend 1 hour, half an hour keynote, I have to spend 3 days or 2 days, or at least one whole day, even within the India, because Professor S.N. Singh was telling that. But now in the same day, I can give 5 or 10 keynotes. So as a keynote speaker, what is your feelings? How you're feeling these online conferences going on in terms of busyness or delivering your knowledge to all the enthusiasts?
I will tell you, I will answer personally, very personally. I've been traveling a lot during the time when I was chair of IEEE Women in Engineering. I really travel almost every few days, somewhere long distances. I personally, and I treasure that. Personally, I will tell you why I like very much face-to-face. Because also of the culture. I come to the country, and why I treasure, I come to the country when I would like to see not only a person, but I would like also to see and experience culture. For me was treasure. For me was very important that I feel, I have feeling now. For example, South Asian countries, I feel almost like home, second home, because I had opportunity to visit many times and experience and sense that culture. So it's not only, can you see, I cannot think only like, oh, give a talk, presentation, I can pre-record, you can give. This is not for me, but this is personal. This is my personality. I like that additional opportunity, especially I love meeting students. I just simply love meeting young people and talking to them. So through that kind of virtual conferences is very limited to meet those students and make impact on them through personal contact, through talking personally. So personally for me, the answer, I gave a long answer, but the answer is that I would still prefer face-to-face presentation.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, yesterday a lot of participants, we had more than 100 participants yesterday. Many of them said, yeah, they have missed our hospitality because the conference was supposed to be in Bangladesh, and they were planning to come to Bangladesh, and they were planning to enjoy especially our food, our culture.
Can you see, this is exactly what I'm talking. I was planning to go to Bangladesh. I really wanted so much from Celia, who is the best ambassador for Bangladesh. She is the best ambassador for Bangladesh. Everyone should know that. I have feeling that I know everything. I know the beauty, that really special features of Bangladesh and so on, but I didn't have opportunity to go. So for me, it's part of extremely missing part of that thing. So this is why I answer very, very personally. I'm sure that many people like being 5. This is not the number of being keynote speaker for me. It's not the number. I want something else. I want to treasure that being, keynote speaker. So maybe somebody collects the number. It's fine. I don't. I just this is like, you know, something very special. Going somewhere to that different, and as you said, experience everything else is just special. So keynote is special. So this is why the answer, short answer is, I would enjoy tremendously being with you in Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. It is a great honor for the people of Bangladesh. It's a great honor.
Professor
Thank you.
Saifur Rahman is there, I think.
We can see Professor Ramakrishna sir is joining, and also Professor Saifur Rahman sir is there. So we are waiting.
Yeah, Ramakrishna sir is there.
Waiting a few minutes. I really like to acknowledge Romeli from China. She was a remarkable leader of China in the Power and Energy Society. She is, and also we can see Takako Hashimoto, our Women in Engineering chair,
Wow.
chair, and also our Region 10 secretary. She's a good friend, mentor of myself. I have been grown under her mentorship. Thank you, Takako, and Romy as a remarkable leader from China. And also I can see Lawrence, our past Region 10 director, and also Region 10 Advisory Committee members, Shotish Babu, I should say a legend in the area of humanitarian activity and sustainable development goals, and our very good researchers, Professor Shimamura from Japan, and very senior professor, Professor Kuno. Yesterday, Professor Kuno was the whole time he listened to a young generation, mid-career people and senior people like us, this habit of listening to others. And our very good friend Shoshino from Japan and many other friends from India. I can see Lakshmi Narayana Meregu sir, I can see Rachana from Delhi, from Kolkata, Iti Shaha Misro, and Dr. Ajay Rana, and from Pakistan, Prakash Lahana, and many other, Anjali from Bombay, from USM, from Masood Chaudhary sir, and our fellow participants from Bangladesh, who are our contributor, who are our asset actually, who are the future leaders. So if everything is fine, I can see, can you see Professor Ramakrishna sir?
Yeah, he's there.
Hello sir, Professor Ramakrishna, Dr. Ramakrishna. I can't see him.
He is in the participation list.
Maybe the audio has a problem.
Yeah, no, he's coming. He's joining.
Yeah.
Sir, your audio is not coming.
Yes, actually, Dr. Ramakrishna is our Region 10 director, and now serving in MGA as a vice chair membership. And he was 2017 MGA Larry K. Wilson Translational Award winner. And he is now IEEE Smart City Steering Committee member. And also he is part of Global Power and Energy Society workshop committee. He's chairing that committee. So can we hear him?
Maybe problem.
Hello? Hello, sir. Yes, we can hear you.
Can hear you.
Hi, Celia.
Hello, sir.
Thank you for providing me the opportunity to share my thoughts. This great event, you know, virtual is everything is virtual nowadays, you know. Yeah. Actually, you know, the platform provided by conferences is a great thing because it will provide us to share and discuss great ideas through papers, exhibitions, plenary talks, and many such other things. It will also, the conferences normally they would connect to the renowned personalities in the respective field of engineering and technology, and they would upgrade your knowledge and skills in new and emerging technologies or research areas. And they provide opportunity to update with the new innovations and products through great exhibition sort of thing. But now in the virtual context, the exhibitions may not be there directly, but still there are some conferences showcasing the exhibitions from their respective individual places of research. Polish your interpersonal and professional skills with the guidance of the leaders that they meet through these conferences, even in the virtual platforms. And also, these conferences will definitely boost the inspiration to become an IEEE volunteer, because IEEE does great things to develop technologies to deliver to the needs of the societies, which are many places reaching the underprivileged and the social causes. Because the change what is required in technologies is definitely met through the IEEE initiatives. That's what I talk about when we go for the smart cities conferences. It is not that the renowned cities we developed into smart cities, but we see that average or below average townships or municipalities, how they can be converted into a smart places. That is how the real technologies can be applied at those needy places. So such topics, if we are able to take forward for choosing as the theme of the conferences, then it would attract not only the educators or academicians, researchers, and maybe some industry people, but also the governing people like the political masses, the bureaucrats, and the policymakers and regulators. So these all respective fields, if they have brought the eminent people onto the same platform of conferences, it is possible to meet the challenges. And IEEE have seen that it provides a great platform for such things, because in the statistics they show almost every day there are 3 conferences happening across the world in the name of IEEE. That is more than 1,000 conferences a year. And in which, because we live in Region 10, Region 10 marks the highest number of conferences every year, about 256 or 275 numbers which are financially sponsored, and around 450 conferences used to be technically co-sponsored conferences. But during this pandemic time, we have to reduce to a great effect these numbers, and almost I think 20% conferences are cancelled or postponed, and maybe 60% are taken towards virtual platforms. And it is not reducing the impact. In fact, the recent WIE, what do you call that conference, or leadership conference of WIE, which is the flagship one, it has drawn more than 2,500 members, audiences in the virtual platform. And it is a great impact and achievement, I think, on such new technologies, I think. Because there are 2 ways it will impact the future. One way is it will reduce the costs, it will reduce the risk of traveling and meeting people during this COVID situation, which may impact and which may last for another 1 year probably. But at the same time, what we lose is the live impact of meeting people and getting inspiration by seeing them or by talking to them or exchanging views physically, face to face. We may miss that. But I don't think that will be a big hurdle. And I think what I see in the future is maybe 60% of our conferences will go virtual. Or in a conference also, if it is a 3 days or 2 days conference, only 1 day will be actual face-to-face, and maybe rest of the thing will be on the virtual platforms. That includes the invited talks. It could be the paper presentations. It could be the panel discussions. If you see, the challenges will to determine the suitability of material for the conference in such change scenarios, and determine the quality and originality of the material, or how to provide real filters to identify the plagiarism. Because plagiarism plays a major bottleneck for many conferences, especially in Region 10, that is from majority again from India and China, but China to some extent they held it back, I think a couple of years ago, and others are all trying to reduce. And if you go for the virtual scenarios, how to retain the image or brand or reputation of the conferences, because there are several good conferences or flagship conferences we call it, how to retain them, the branding. And the challenge is that. And also we see that, to organize materials into groupings to target interests of the attendees, because you need to do a lot of survey before the conference itself probably, and seek their interests in which areas you have to make the proper orientation and speakers list, and the discussions should be oriented in that direction. And also finding people to chair sessions and reviewers could be a challenge again. And it may be least but not the last, the biggest challenge is getting good sponsorships and supporters to run these conferences. So there are several things like that. If we start discussing about the conferences, and there is, I think every region has their own conference coordinator nowadays, and we start looking very seriously how to maintain the quality, how to maintain the, I feel the theme relevant to the interested fields of IEEE, as well as that could really need the needs of society, how meticulously people can work on those areas, These are the important things, challenges I think we feel, and definitely virtual organizers or, the conference organizers in the virtual platforms, they have to think a lot in these directions. I think recently, if a few of you have attended the Sections Congress in Sydney in 2018 or so, we did, I think, 16, I think. 17, yeah. I think the event managers there, they sent a survey form recently. They're really assessing 2 years or 3 years ahead the impact of this COVID, and do you really recommend to, the questions are beautiful. I think somewhere I try to copy down, those things. If I can send it across, it will be useful probably for IEEE also. There are several questions in that, seeking from the players who have really shown interest in the Congress time, I think. It went to many people, I think, the survey. They keep asking, you feel that what percentage will go for virtual, what are the threats, what are the challenges in that, and what are the areas we need to focus like that, many such things are done. So we need to do a survey in the areas of how successfully we can organize this conference virtually, and what are the developments or advancements in technology we require to have these successes implemented optimally. These are all things we have to really look or address upon. So I feel that focus also should be to formulate a questionnaire and circulate to the conference organizers, maybe POCO or something like conference organizers. We should get a real feel from them how to improve in the virtual way, how to reach the masses, how to reach everyone around us, to make it meaningful and effective. Anyway, I really congratulate Celia and their team, to pick up such a very good topic. It is need of the day, in fact, because everyone we are meeting virtually, and there, as I told you, there are different scenarios we need to work upon, and I hope you will have a great session, and you will have a excellent feedback on this, so that everybody can get benefit out of this. I think, Celia, I wish you all the best, and thank you for your initiative.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ramakrishna Kapagantu. It's a great honor that you managed your time and enlighten us with your insightful comments, for your kind information. In TENSYMP, we had more than 1,800 unique participants, apart from our 44 speakers and 135 session chairs, and many reviewers, 300 reviewers, they participated, included in the 1,800 participants. But immediately after TENSYMP, the question that we have received, many people actually thought that it will be cancelled or it will be delayed or something. But that's why many people are in stress, how they want to deliver the timely outcome of the research of the many authors. That's why they wanted to know how we did it in such a pandemic situation, handling such a difficult scenario. So although we were all busy in sending so many certificates to different directions, the participants registered 500 authors and participants and the session chairs, our speakers, a small token of appreciation, but still we felt it obligatory in our part that we must do something to disseminate this information. That's why yesterday our theme was something, and based on that we ran 12 polls, and today I have shown that poll results that you said that MC or that section Congress organizer are running a survey. We did something like that. We will do it in a more elaborative process. And today also we have started polling, and we also today will focus that the capacity building of doing this virtual management for 40 different locations of Dhaka and beyond Dhaka. So we want to really give this support to many people in Region 10 and beyond Region 10. And our participant for this virtual panel, conference organizer panel, was registered participants of 232, apart from our 70 speakers and panelists. And those participants who were registered are the future organizers. They really wanted to know it. And yesterday, for the first day, there were 172 people entered the Zoom with unique ID. And that's the thing that they want to know actually, and we failed to let them know actually. So that will be a guideline we can create, since Region TENSYMP is the first Region 10 flagship fully virtual conference. Hope this panel and the recommendation from this panel will help many conference organizers who are unsure about the future direction and when the pandemic will be over, but still the knowledge cannot be stopped and spirit cannot be taken away. With that, said actually, since you were not present yesterday, and today, many are non-overlapping. Since many are non-overlapping participants, I took this time to give them a background. Sorry for this, for this, for this summary and time. So now I will thank you again for your insightful comments. If you have any question to Dr. Ramakrishna, please write it in the chat box. We'll be sending them. He's very comprehensive in answering his question, and we will collect a response from him, give it to you. So among us, we have Professor Saifur Rahman. He have many designations, but to us, he is our own. Actually, he is from Bangladesh, and actually the first talk I listened from him in 2002 when I was a young master's student. And I imitated so many times in front of mirror to speak like him. I never got successful. Anyway, but that's the thing, that creating yourself as a role model. Zabuzenna, our role model. Takako Hashimoto, our role model. Our Lawrence Wang, our role models. Dr. Ramakrishna, our role model. And those are the people whom I got connected through IEEE. But Professor Saifur Rahman is part of our spirit. Actually, he set such a high standard for us. We all Bangladeshis are working hard. Although he's a president candidate, it is my duty to name the other candidates also according to IEEE policy. Professor Ramesh from California, and also Professor Leo from University of Maryland College Park. So Professor Saifur Rahman, we are eager to listen from your insightful comment.
Thank you, Celia, very much, and everybody else on the team here. I think what Celia and her team has done, raised R10 visibility within IEEE at a very high level. So now we all look at R10 to see how things can we do following this team's role that I'm seeing for the last 2 weeks at least. Very good job, Celia and team. And of course, Sheikh Fatah is one of my junior colleagues at the same university I graduated from. Now, I have heard Professor Bozana, just heard Ramakrishna. There's no question, if you can do a conference face-to-face, do it face-to-face. No question about it. The issue is, if you cannot do it, how you do it. This is an example, how you do it otherwise. That's my opening remark. No question, they're two different things. The problem is the following. I am running conferences for PAS at least last 30 years, if not more, longer than that. Recently, because of visa problems, very practical issues, because of airline schedule problems, people have to pull out, cannot come present the paper themselves, because if they don't present, paper doesn't go to Explore. It's a very serious issue. I have presented and talked to PS governing board, make it easier for somebody who cannot come without any fault of their own, like visa situation. Our committee has not been very aggressive. Yeah, let them talk on Skype or something like this, we manage it. So we've been struggling with that issue. Now, we've been forced to deal with it, forced. As a result, we are more creative. Think of, if you are forced or necessary is the mother of invention. You create new things as they become necessary. So what we have done, our main flagship conference, GM, supposed to be held in Montreal this August next month. We usually attract 3,500 people at the conference, big conference. Now go all virtual, all virtual. It has some benefits. Benefit is I have about 10 PhD students. I take maybe 2 of them with me to the conference every year. I pay their hotel, pay their airfare, registration fee, fine. Now, I cannot take those 2, but I can take all 10 of them. Why? They don't have to travel, no hotel, and the fee only $75, not $500, $75 for non-authors. That is the silver lining for a conference that is virtual. That's very important. And as a result of this corona pandemic, IEEE management, IT people have gotten very serious in providing tools like, in my case, WebEx tools to chapter chairs, even student branch chapter people to do online stuff. So my point is a lot of things are possible, but show examples like Celia here, Sheikh Fatah and their team is putting this together. I had a chance to speak at the TENSYMP. I also spoke at WIP in China, and Dr. Takakato was there and many others. So I am seeing more people here than I normally see. Professor Bozena talked about face-to-face meetings, keynote speeches. I give about 10, 12 every year keynote in many countries. I've given last 3 weeks, 15 keynote speeches, 15, not 2. I'm doing from my study right here. I don't travel, no problem. You can be more productive, but it's much more work. No question about this, much more work. So I would leave it with this, and I can take questions later on. My comment is IEEE has many conferences. I know in China, in Nanjing, China, we have a big conference, ISGT, scheduled for September this year. They went into hybrid mode. Hybrid meaning those who can come, feel safe to come, they can come face-to-face. Others can join at a reduced fee online. The issue is in China, you can travel within China, but you cannot travel to China today. So I cannot go, I was supposed to go, but I will be online, give it a talk. So we are doing this hybrid model. I think this should, as Ramakrishna just said, that can become a norm going forward, which I like. Because those who cannot travel because of cost, because of visa situations, they're never left out anymore. They can be full participants. But your comment, Celia, at the beginning, how do we keep them engaged? They leave after 10 minutes. If the, if the content is good, they'll stay. I've given these seminars last 2 or 3 weeks. I've spoken to, I think, more than 3,000 people in the last 20 days. And I didn't see anybody leaving because this is done. Also what I do, this you can think of this, I post my lecture PDF file on my website. So they can look at it in advance if they want to. I mentioned that during my talk. This is there. So they know if something they cannot follow now live, they can go back and my email address is there and they can ask questions. So if people leave not because they don't care, but because they don't see value of staying longer. This is the key issue, not cost, value is the issue. Show them the value, show them continuity, show them the speaker is available to talk to you, you will keep them, no problem. So I would stop at this. I know time is limited, but I'll be happy to answer questions on the chat box later on. So thank you again, Celia, Sheikh Fatah, and your team and everybody else. And you have a very high level speaker list. And I can see their faces here who are attracted to a meeting, not in Bangladesh, but arranged in Bangladesh. There's a difference. So hopefully they will be willing to come sometime in the winter after Corona is under control and see the Bangladesh face-to-face scenery. Okay, thank you, Celia, again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your great comments. So if you have any question, actually, he's very quick. From 2002, what I have seen, that he's very quick in responding. So actually put your question in the chat box. I'll transfer to him. Same to Professor Ramakrishna, sir. He will give a very comprehensive and insightful comments to all of you. Same to Dr. Buzena. You know, that's the thing, that when you listen to them, you know everything. So please write question in the chat box for them. So they have their meetings and we have, I told you, we have speakers from Charmaine from United States. Actually, she is a devoted contributor in the IEEE Society. We have Masud Chaudhry from United States. We have Bapel Mahmood from Dickens University, Australia. We have China, Romy, and we have our Region 10 Secretary, Takako from Japan. We have Shimamura from Japan. We have Shoshino from Japan. We have Professor Kuno from Japan and many others, and they're getting late. And we have Lawrence from Singapore. And I'm not neglecting my own people who may be going to bed early. So before everyone leaves, let us have a good picture because others, Buzena, Ramakrishna sir, and our Saifur sir, and they have they have a meeting to do. So if you permit me, we can go for it. We can go for a group photo. Please, I request everyone to open up, if you feel comfortable, to open up your video so that we can have a group photo.
My video is disabled.
Yes, because we were trying to.
No, disabled. Why?
And host, please help Dr. Shahryar Khan to enable his video.
Okay.
Yes, it works now.
Say
Thank you very much.
Say ready at least.
Thank you, everyone. This is Raihan.
Shangita
I will be
Singh,
taking the
we
group
can-
photo. Thank you, ma'am.
At least our panelist, please, please.
Hello,
Nobody
ma'am.
to see.
Yeah, video is off, ma'am.
And
Yes, your video is on now. Okay, I'm taking the first 25 photos. I'm going to the next page. The third page now. Fourth page. And the final page. Thank you. All the participants' photo has been taken. Ma'am, please proceed on.
Thank you, Raihan. So after 7th May, on the 8th May, when I first discussed it with Professor Fatta and then our secretary, Raihan, they got crazy that how we will do it. Anyway, I again thank them for staying with me in such a difficult situation of post-conference TENSYMP preparation and still doing the VCOP. Thank you, Raihan, and thank you other team members for staying with us. So if you permit me, and before starting the panel discussion, I really want to, like our Region 10 Secretary, Professor Takako Hashimoto. Takako, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, Takako.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for inviting me this great opportunity to share their ideas and thoughts with you all. I am Takako Hashimoto, Region 10 Secretary, and also the former IEEE International Chair. And also I am a good friend of Syria, and I worked with Syria together for long years, and we are really good friends. And I really appreciate I have you in my life, so such a good friend. Okay, and now, so we are now in a very difficult situation caused by COVID-19, and very difficult to meet physically, directly. But thanks to Syria and her team effort, we can meet online like this and to be united. I think very good thing that we can be together, and we can think about the future of the young generations, and also the IEEE values we can contribute to the society. So therefore, I'm so happy to be here, and I wanna join this. So I'm so happy to join this event, and I really hope we can overcome this situation and to make the world a better one. And let's work together to change the world. Thank you.
Thank you for your Takako for your timely initiative and always help to Bangladesh and any members in Region 10, I should say.
Thank
So
you.
also, thank you, and be friend with us. That is, you. We want you to remain friend for rest of the life because I have a very young generation who will be the future leaders. They really need you. That is important.
Thank you.
Actually, now it is our a remarkable woman, Rome Lee. She is from China. Actually, she is, please, if I could get time, I could describe about her. She actually had a lot of meetings till yesterday. She participated, she tried to listen. Romy, can you share? Can you share a few points, what you want to say?
Yes, yes, I have already opened my, oh, sorry
Yes, we
about
can
that.
hear. We can hear.
Yeah, I have already opened my PPT, but we need the controllers to make it, you know, it's my computer already. My
You,
presentation.
you want to share slides?
Yes, yes, I
Okay,
want to
okay.
share.
Okay, let me check your slides, then we'll come back to you. I'm checking my emails because I'm doing this, and then we'll come
No,
back to you later.
No, no, no.
we
She will
just
share from there.
share with my, you know, computer. This is okay.
Okay, okay, no problem. You share your screen.
Send my file. I can send my file.
Okay,
You can share.
I think you can share, but it's how to use it.
Okay, okay,
Below.
Romy, no
Yeah,
problem.
below. Okay,
You
Yeah.
can
below.
send the slide to us.
Green,
We
green
will
button.
share.
Green. Okay, share button. Okay, is it okay now? Is my yeah? Then I will share my computer. Share this one. Is it okay? Can you hear? Can you see that?
No, not yet.
Okay, I have share already.
Share
I
screen.
shared it already. Yeah, but it's not mine. Yeah, I shared
Okay,
is
okay. Let me solve the problem, Romy. Let me solve the problem. You send it to my email. Okay?
okay.
We wait a
Send
bit. We move forward. Then when we will be
yeah,
sharing from our side.
I send you email now, and you
That's
can
great.
move forward. You can move
That's
forward
great.
for other people to
Yes,
speak.
that's
I
great.
didn't
No problem.
realize
No problem, Romy.
I've done it before. This I don't
It's
know
okay.
why.
It's okay. No problem.
You
So,
let
Professor
others,
Fatah,
do that.
Professor Fatah, please move with the next panels. Romy, please send it to us. I'm responding to you.
I said already.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, you let other speakers, please.
No problem.
Thank you for joining this VCOP Virtual Conference Organizer panel. So my job is to actually ignite the panel session because yesterday really it worked. I didn't know that it will be working, but what to say, because if we all are speaking the same thing, maybe it will not add value, because you have seen yesterday till up to 3 hours, more than 100 participants. So the program continued 3.5 hours. Really, it's amazing. I can't believe that even up to 3 hours, more than 9,600 participants, just because hopefully we shared different experience. That was the trick. So yesterday, just to recall, we concentrated on major 3 basic topics, like the number of participants, if it's increasing or decreasing, whether the quality will be increased or decreased, and how they'll be how they're reacting. So the number of participants we said earlier, because many people can join from different devices, different at the same time, many conferences. And degree of freedom, okay, fine, you can listen to your videos later or on demand. So there are 3 modes, as Dr. Celia at the beginning said, like, okay, live session with live video, or live session but a recorded video with a question answer session, or on demand. So there are the 3 modules. Most of us, we all agreed that, okay, the session will be live, but you can play the recorded video but the question answer session should be live so that people can at least join again. And we discussed about the networking opportunities. So different networking opportunities can be created. If you give time, you can create. I mean, the tea break session can be there. So separate networking rooms can be created. Social events can also be created. Like yesterday, our speakers, they shared, yes, now it's possible to have some cultural events if you want. And promotional booths or exhibits that can also be created. So those are the topics we discussed yesterday. And today, what we want to discuss more different issues. We want to go a little deeper. If you want to organize the conference, because we are so far talking on the top, okay, whether this virtual is better or not. If it is virtual, what should we do? So this was more on top level, but if you want to go more deeper and deeper, today our objective is to that, like where to start, how to start, who will start, what will be the responsibility, because we are more a capstone with face-to-face conference. We know hotels, they will arrange everything. I don't have to bother for the food. Maybe hotel will be taking care of the food. So there is a hotel, but who is there to take your all these hosting supports? Even IEEE, I remember like this conference, we were relying on IEEE at the very beginning, 3 months before or 2 months before. I mean, our team, we were expecting that IEEE WebEx, they will come and they will take care of all those 10 parallel rooms. We'll just give them the video and they will run and everything will be run by themselves. No, the life is not that. Just 2 days before, they said, Naki, we have to do everything by ourselves. But we didn't wait for that till last moment. We had a very good preparation for a very long time. And I should again thank to all those members, our hardworking volunteers. So when you will be inside organizing the conference, how we will tackle the conference, that's the point to be discussed today. Many of you yesterday asked, okay, tell us, how did you do that? How did you manage everything? So that's why today I will be giving you very quickly few points. Later on, our secretaries, those who work very hard in the conference, we have 40 members, but for the time constraint, only 4 secretaries are there. They will be briefing you different topics. My point here, just to tell you what topics actually are important. First of all, technical presentation rooms. The rooms where the papers will be presented. So there will be host, there will be session chairs, there will be authors, there will be audience. The most critical thing is that who will be managing the conference? That means the host. I mean, if I am a host, I have to manage the conference. Myself and all the hosts, we had 5 or 4 hosts in a room. All they are in different locations. Even we can't talk to frequently. We have to rely on online machines. That's the very critical issue. So when you are managing these conferences, all hosts are different locations. How you will coordinate? What are the things to be coordinated? What are the top priorities you have to check always? So that's the thing we'll be telling you today. And also you'll be having feedback from you. So how to manage or what to manage? Yes, there is no doubt the platform, like today you have seen like my video is not working or my sound is not working. Like I am muted, I am not muted. So these are the issues you have to learn definitely. So you have different platforms. We use Zoom, we have WebEx, Teams, Microsoft Teams, and a lot of online platforms are there. So it was a very difficult decision which platform should be used, but we found Zoom is very friendly, so we went for Zoom. We also practiced on WebEx. We also tried Google Meet. So then we have to remember, like, we are not talking webinar-like issues. Like today, it's a webinar, and it's very comparatively easy to manage because there is only one session going on. But for our case, there are 8 designated rooms, 8 rooms in parallel. On top of that, we have to always keep 1 or 2 rooms in backup, because if in any case one room fails, then we have to go for those backup rooms. and backup soldiers, backup volunteers. So that's the thing, like if you have 10 rooms in parallel to be managed, that's a huge challenge. So what you have to manage there, actually, the most important thing Paul Cunningham yesterday said, you have to manage it very well because people cannot see each other also. You cannot see each other also. To maintain the room, it's a very important thing. You have to not only managing the participation enrollment, you have to not only manage the participation attendance, you have to make people engage. What Professor Saifur Rahman said rightly, if you can give some good materials, people will not leave. People will be there. So what's our materials? Our materials are our papers, presenters. So it may happen like a presentation is not good. It may happen. The quality of paper is very good, but the presentation is not good. Then what will happen? You have to make something so that your audience is engaged. Like you have seen, like yesterday, we tried our best to hold all those, 100 participants. We ran more than 10 poll questions. Like today, people are asking, where is your poll? Why don't you are giving us the polls? Yeah, we'll be making more and more poll questions for you. So it's just engaging people. So you have to think something, how you will be engaging your people. It's not like somebody will be coming because the video is available there, you know that. So why he will be, I am not talking about the authors. They have to get the author certification or they have to have some bindings, but how you will manage the other people? That's why it is your duty. It's the duty of the moderator who will be there in the session. It's the duty of the session chairs who will be there. So it's a virtual platform. You have to think something so that your people are very much engaged. It's a very, very good question answer session is very much required so that people knows, okay, whatever may be the presentation, there will be a very nice question answer session. Okay, whatever the answers authors are giving, there are very good session chairs. We can learn a lot from them. So that's a tricky thing. We had in TENSYMP 2020, very, very renowned people, knowledgeable person as a session chair. Apart from the moderators in a team, each room we have a PhD holder, learned, very knowledgeable person from our side. We call it actually host. So we have 4 hosts. One of them is the lead host. He is a PhD holder. He knows he knows everything what will be presented there. Apart from that, we kept 2 session chairs who are also domain expert. So that's a tricky thing. I should just send this message to you. Session chairs and the form. This is an interactive form. They will be explaining how we'll be collecting the feedbacks from the audience and feedback from the session chairs. And you have to always take care about the video presentations quality, because everybody, they have recorded their video in different countries, different environments. So if you just play them without any pre-processing, you'll be seeing some sounds are very high, some sounds are very low. You have to think about this issue, because once you are in a face-to-face conference, your hair, your eyes, everything will be tuned. But there, it's a video presentation. Anonymous presentations are going one by one by one by one. So it's your responsibility to give them normalized and have a better environment. So you have to thought before those things. You have to think before. So you have to always keep your online chat box very active. Whatever people are asking, you have to see and you have to respond in a good manner. So sometimes you may use your polls, and for the purpose of recognition, that is also important. If people knows that I have to wait till until the end of the presentation, we'll be having some recognition session. It could be some good words, as well as what we did. We showed the presentation certificates and we kept it for a few minutes. So people were happy, and there was a chat at that moment. All cameras are on, claps are going on. People can say, I know some of our hosts, they say IEEE, people, they cheered. So it's something you have to make, you have to, innovate by yourself so that people become happy at the end of the session when they're leaving. They have some lasting memory. That is an important thing. So, and regarding this proceedings, also you have to get your proceedings ready, always handy, because it's a web-based proceeding. So people may log in and get those things. So that's my issue, like how you will engage your audience, manage the technical sessions. You have to innovate the best possible way. There is no hard and fast guidelines. There is no prescribed something. So you have to innovate. You have to do something adaptive. So the challenges of a host, because hosts, they have to vary. They have to control all these conditions. So they are working from different locations. So what they have to do first, what's my suggestion, because in one room there are 4 hosts. In my machine learning conception, we say that within class and between class separation. So within class compactness, like the hosts who are responsible for one room, they have to be well connected, very well connected, well coordinated. So on top of that, the rooms, they can't see each other, but some information, some experience they can always share to the next room. And all these rooms, they should be coordinated by a central management system, because we ran the conference volunteer driven. The whole TENSYMP 2020, it's a volunteer driven conference. We didn't take any professionals, those who will be doing. Generally, IEEE conferences in Bangladesh, and I have seen in many parts of India or other countries, the conferences are basically volunteer driven conference. Everything we do by ourselves. So in that case, it's very important to manage the system, the coordination. So within the room coordination, as well as the room to room coordination, as well as the coordination with the central room management systems. So you can see as a host, because the host is also a volunteer, like you, like me. I was also the host. Many times I went there and what's going on. So I have to, everybody, we have to be equipped. We have to have some knowledge about the hosting. So it's important to know the steps. So what you should have, we have to do just before opening a room, opening the Zoom room. So what you have to do after starting the session, what you have to do after, before each presentation, after the presentation. So after closing all the presentations. So you have to have some checklist that will tell you, don't forget, these are the things you have to do when you are doing something. So this checklist is important. That's what I'm telling. So I'm not sure whether Rahan is recording the session or not. So that's an important checklist where we always try to remind our host to make sure that the session is recorded properly. So like other things are resources. I told, yes, manpower is a big resource. I understand. Apart from that, you have to have a lot of other resources like devices, different types of devices, apart from your platform. So, I mean, yesterday we said like the electronic equipments, as much as possible, you should collect them and you should add some redundancy, because these electronic equipments itself, they have the uncertainties. They have their own uncertainties. Even my laptop, immediately it can be stopped. I don't know why, but it can be stopped. So always the hosts, they should be equipped equally. All the hosts should be equipped equally, and they should have all these instruments well backed up. Okay, so like the laptop, headphones, or these power devices, even power backups, everything, we have to be very careful about that. Regarding the budget, so some people, they may ask you whether, why you are charging? Yes, I got this email. Our authors are telling why you have to pay. Why you have to pay the registration fee? You don't have to feed us. There is no food charge. There's no hotel cost, venue cost. You are not giving me any kit, no tourism. So why you are charging me? But remember, believe me, something we have to say, like indeed there are costs. So managing the whole conference is not very easy. A lot of stations are there now. There are 10 different stations. So you have to always think about the cost, like the electronic cost. Even you have to use a lot of people behind the screen to run the conference. What I say, like, yeah, venue, food, or speaker travel, these costs are not there, but other costs are still there. A lot of logistics, a lot of other costs are still there. Then it's not a good idea to make the conference free. So that's an issue. And also, as I said, like, yes, you have to find out some sort of recognition process. E-certificate is the best one, but how you will be delivering the certificates, that's an important issue. Attendee analytics, I found it very interesting after the conference, because if you preserve all the data, what you are getting in the conference, then you can analyze which session had a very nice response, which session had a very poor response, where there are a lot of frequent coming and going, why it happened. So, and if you have the IEEE member statistics, like who are student member, just asking few questions, are you a student member or not? In that case, you can see the trends of research or demand of topics among the students and among the senior members. So these are a few things. I just have to ignite the session. I believe during the session, if you all concentrate more on these topics, then it will be better. And my volunteers, my secretaries, they will be explaining on each topic more for your guidance later on at some point. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Leah. You can proceed now.
Thank you, Professor Fatah, for giving us the insight of virtual session design. It's very important. Our secretaries will be elaborating. That will help our panelists to give comments. Before going to the secretaries, Dr. Ajay Rana from India, from Amity University, he will be leaving in a minute. So please, Dr. Ajay Rana, before leaving, if you want to share in a few lines, that will be great. We can listen from you.
Thank you, Professor Selena and Professor Sheikh. It's my honor to be the part of such esteemed panelists, and good evening to all my esteemed panelists. In fact, we are the first to organize this virtual conference in India region, as well as I hope that in Indonesia on 3rd and 4th of June. And I have faced a lot of issues, because that is not with respect to organize event or not, but that is an image, that is a brand name of IEEE, that is the brand name of our scholars, those who faith on the organizers, because we have worked around 1 year, and end of the day, when you realize that due to some country boundaries, some condition, we stopped them. So I think I have listened a lot of professors as a keynote speaker. Truly they said, yes, maybe face-to-face is a very important channel, and I agree. But what is the drawback of the scholars, those who are doing the contribution towards the nation as well as the globe? So my concern with respect to all, the first, we should respect the country boundaries. Whatever during the pandemic, during the COVID-19, whatever the policy, so we should respect our persons, those who faith on our conferences like ICRITO. We have organized around 8 ICRITO conferences. And you are surprised that, ma'am, not a single keynote speakers withdraw this time. All keynote speakers give their concern. We have around 70 countries participants. They all said, yes, we are truly participating in the conference. We have selected only 16% hit ratio of the papers. As per the Professor Sheikh said, yes, cost is included. I request on this forum to all, to the Region 10 chair as well, if during this pandemic is there, the scholars pay the fee. You know that we charge, the US chapters charge the fees to us as well. $1,000 US. They charge the one paper publication about the 15 USD. So you convey the message to the scholars about the quality. Yes, Professor Sheikh, that yes, there's a lot of other technical issues there. But these are the secondary thing. These are the secondary issue. All those scholars, those who come a step forward, publish their papers and maintain the dignity of this, about this IEEE conference. Again, there's the very challenges about face-to-face conferences that we face from our side. I request from the Region 10, if it is possible, you approach to the governments, local governments, region government, because as a professor, we have no caste, we have no religions. Our caste and our religions is about our knowledge, because we have the bonded with the various region type. Sometimes we invite such type of professors in our country or not. But during virtual, I give the compliment to all my professors. I give the compliment to the UP section that we invite the professors from other boundaries. And we are very happy that these professors comes to our the virtual conference and deliver the talk. Yes, many challenges, because this time when the sponsors sponsored our conference, we approached to them, sir, due to pandemic, we have the situation. And I thank to all my sponsors. They said, no problem, sir. These are the budget for the previous year, not for the 2020 and the above. So I request all this IEEE delegates, if it is possible, we should strengthen our others upcoming conferences and maintain the faith about the scholars. And about this next, not to stop them. I request to all, keep wait and watch about the situation, because whenever you stop this conference, you will demotivate our professors. Like Professor Sheikh, your entire team work day and night. And end of the day, they realize that no, due to so-and-so condition, we stop this condition. No. So Professor Selena, this the compliment to you and your entire team that you organize such a virtual meet, and I'm so honored with a part of this esteemed panelist. So my best wishes are with you and your entire team. Whatever mode is there, encourage over the researchers and me and entire this fraternity of my MIT University. Because when the government of India declares the next day, stop the entire session. We have closed our university, and we are the first university in the country. On the next day, we start the online classes. But ma'am, what about the others? Those who are in the exterior areas where network facilities are not up to the mark. Ma'am, you know that in India, because I represent my country, only 43% people are use the internets. And how they use the internet? Through their mobile phones. Only 3% use the televisions or the LED screens. Ma'am, the condition is that try to understand about the other professors and the region community as well. So we should respect them, whatever the resources we have, accept them, encourage our researchers, because that is a faith on all our professors. That is a faith on you. We all made a lot of hope by all our professors and communities. So with this, that is my views, ma'am. And convey my regard to all the team members. Thank you very much to consider me as a panelist. It's my honor. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Ajay Rana, for your time and for sharing your experience of holding virtual conference. I will be collaborating with your team to know more details about it. It is very important to share the best practices. So good to know. So we'll be connecting via email, right? Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Okay. Goodbye for you. Thank you. So Professor Fattah, please move ahead with your sharing of important points. And I have to mention.
No, it's done. It's done. We can start the panel.
Yeah, but if they want to, if any other presentation or detail you want to share, or we should go for the panel discussion.
So what we can do, like, yeah, we have some detail, but you can just start. Today we have a lot of participants, as you have seen, and the
Exactly.
panelists. Some
Yes.
panelists, they couldn't speak yesterday. So
Yes.
whatever I have said, fine. We have the explanations. We can give in between. Let's see what other they are
Yes.
sharing. So I appreciate, like yesterday, maybe if whoever is joining 3 to 5 minutes, although it's very difficult. I know 3 minutes, 5 minutes is very difficult, but still, if we can restrict 3 to 5 minutes, then everybody can speak. And after a few minutes, again, whatever I said, because that was very brief, so our team, they can explain. So you can start. Yeah. So
yes.
Rahan, maybe today we have to do some timekeeping, because yesterday we can say that, okay, you can join tomorrow, but today we can't say that you can join tomorrow. So maybe 3 to 5 minutes is 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay, that's a good idea. We will go for the panelists to listen to their comments, and then in between, your team will be coming with some more details. So I must say that we have two past Sri Lanka section chairs here, and we have also our Sri Lanka Malaysia section past chair Faisal. So he is Region 10 newsletter coordinator. Thank you for joining. And I can see my friend from Nirmal from New Zealand. It is night 2 a.m. maybe in New Zealand. But he said he will be joining. So first I will tell Professor Romi's slide. Rahan, can you share Romi's slide very quickly? Hello, Rahan.
Yeah. I don't know why. Should I?
It's okay.
Now?
It's okay. Rahan.
Because in our meeting, WIP meeting is all controlled by the host, you know.
Yes.
Where is it? Okay. But
yes.
I need to...
We can see it.
Okay. I use should I use a few minutes or just you?
No, we can see it. We can see it. Now you can tell.
Can you see it now?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I just use 5 minutes. because for yesterday, I just attend nearly the whole process. I think I had learned a lot. It's the first time attending this conference, just topic for how to organize, how to make successful the virtual conference. So I just make a PPT for that. Because of time, I don't say much. Next one.
Next slide.
What's our target of organizing engineering conference? I would say, because I have been the Secretary General of the, I think the #1 society, the largest society in China in power and engineering. I'm organizing conference every year for 10 years, international, national. Yes, lots of, I'm the host, so lots of the experience. What's the target? Just promotion, share information, high science, high technology, to share our experience, our practice, to discuss what? Discuss not only technical issues, but policy issues, strategic issues, right? Because without policy, without regulation, how can we promote? We cannot promote our industry just by technology. And to enhance the network of our engineering community. That's what the face-to-face, the conference, it was easy to do that. Next one. Sorry, I don't know if I can. Next one, sorry. Next one, yeah. The important issue to make conference successful. One is an attractive and efficient program that including topics, okay, subjects. High qualified speakers. Yeah, I would think, yeah, for the 2 days I joined your conference, the speakers are excellent. Active moderators. You know, every speaker would speak longer, that always. You give him 10 minutes, he would prolong 20, 50. When in Q and R, question and answers, one question maybe 3 minutes, the answer maybe 10 minutes. That is very difficult for moderator. But if a moderator cannot effectively do the job, no, it's not successful. And we are leaving the space for social communication. Next one. Next one, yeah. The second page. We should make it a multi-period. What for that? No more than 2 hours, sometimes 1.5 hours. We need to make a tea break. Why? Because people concentration time is limited. Normally only 1 hour. Sometimes, you know, now always standing on the back of the meeting room and would say how many people look at the mobile. I will say now, more than half people, maybe sometimes more than 60 people would see sit there, sit in the seat, then look at the mobile. Why not? They don't think their topic content is attractive, or so we need to shorten that one. Okay. And the joint photo that important. Leave the memory and we show the attendance. Okay. Next one. Sorry, I would prolong. Next one. Next one. Can I speak? Can I see next one? Yeah. Advantage and disadvantage for virtual conference. I think our Sheikh, our Sheikh has done a lot for that. So no, then I had not finished yet. Much lower cost for organizing the virtual conference, make it easier. It has already. It costs very little. We don't need to ask for sponsors because, and the travelers is no travel, okay. Internet solve everything, and the internet also create problem. Participation is flexible for participants. We can sit there But when we hide our face, okay, you don't know where he go. You don't know what she or he is done. She or he can control her own time. That depends on its topic, the content is attractive. Okay, it's interesting. Next one, next. Okay. The disadvantage, internet connect quality normally is, even for me, before a few minutes, so I move to another room, is not available. People's participation can be self-controlled. They reach the room, maybe not listen. Okay, they may be leaving to another panel. So the numbers of the participation would not show exactly if the people really, participant are listening to that. But if you sit in the room, big meeting room, you can see, but here you can't see that. What I say, because I have been an organizer, that's I'm thinking is how said, don't waste people's time, make them more interesting. Okay, next one, next. And not easier to have social network activities, not like, face-to-face meeting. We only see the face. For example, I see the seller, but can I, talk to you during the meeting? No, impossible. Okay, no space for that. Okay, the future trends for virtual conference, diversity. What I mean diversity? Topics diversity. Okay, speakers diversity. Every people in the conference will only get a famous one. But some famous one, they talk the topic, maybe they talk lots of time. For like me, always attend this meeting, and the same people, this means that means they talk the same. Do you think it's interesting? No. Speakers, program structure, topic, right? And the short time length for each panel or each period, you have the control short. Less numbers participation for each event. We don't just say more the possible is, if that not, is not truth. Because we make the event, make conference, we make a benefit for the participants. We give them something, let them not waste time. Okay, so I think, individual as the separate event, sometimes with more discussions, sometimes maybe more useful. Okay, so not only for big central conference, more speakers in the same duration, every speaker short, and attractive topic. Another one, website and social media would play more important function. Well, not only news, but share with our presentation files, share with our photos, okay? And not only speakers, but discussions should record important discussion, make record to the news, or some photos, people asking questions, and you put photos on it. Because everyone want to promote the her or the his a value. How to promote it? We have to shoot for it. Next one, last one. Next one, okay. High quality for PPT file. Other people has, I don't say more. More video presentations, because video presentation can control the time. New type of social events through internet products like Zoom. I think we can find the ways and the space for it. Okay. I think the last one. Okay. I would say thanks for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Romy. You made effort to summarize what you think, and hope I will, the share is with us, the slide is with us, and we can share it if with your permission. Hope it will help other women or other organizers. So just to remind the panelists about the points, I request one of our secretary to share the detailed points very quickly so that the discussion remains in line. Okay. So Rahan Rashid, please tell Said.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Romi.
Nasim bhai, can you share your screen?
Yeah, of course. For me, no problem.
Bye.
Thank you,
Hello.
everyone. Hello,
Can you
Nasim
see
bhai.
the screen? Can you see the
Yes,
screen?
yes, we can see your screen. Thank you, everyone. This is Rahan Rashid, Secretary of IEEE Bangladesh Section and Conference Secretary of IEEE TENSYMP 2020. In yesterday's session, many of you asked about the particulars of our TENSYMP 2020 organizing. We have ready to show you some of our secrets on how to organize a successful virtual conferences. Along with me, I have Isam Saiduzzaman, A.N.M. Nasimun Nabi, Iskaz Main bin Amir for this unraveling session. At first, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Celia Shahnaz, General Chair of IEEE TENSYMP 2020 for her constant guidance, and Professor Dr. Sheikh Almar Fattah, TPC Chair of IEEE TENSYMP 2020 for his supervision in the whole planning and execution process. At first, I'd like Mr. Isam Saiduzzaman to tell about the room control issue. Mr. Nasimun Nabi, can you go to slide number 10? Yeah. Isam Saiduzzaman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Rahanur Rashid Bhai, for giving me the floor. Hello, everyone. I am Isam Saiduzzaman. I was a conference secretary of IEEE TENSYMP 2020. As we already know that we have organized our technical sessions in different Zoom rooms. So I'm going to share my experience as a room host. So we have divided our session attendees in 4 or 5 parts, like session chairs, authors, speakers, and hosts, and normal attendees. We have formatted our technical sessions as consisting of 2 session chairs, 2 hosts, one of them is a backup, and we also had 2 co-hosts who were present through the whole session. So we had 4 hosts per session in to conduct a full technical session. Along with the host, a PhD holder room lead volunteer was also allocated. It helped in managing the sessions, especially when a session chair is late or absent in a room. For hosting, it was really necessary to maintain a constant communication among the hosts throughout the full session. It may be via phone or in an online medium. We were all in a Facebook Messenger group and WhatsApp group where we could communicate regarding various issues that was popped up in a spur of a moment. It helped in receiving instant feedbacks like the host video is slow or sound is not clear, etc. A generalized host manual was also provided, and it was also provided to the conference attendees prior to the sessions. And besides that, the division of tasks among the 4 hosts was important, and well, it might be customized, but for our room, we just made one host who will dedicatedly play the pre-recorded videos. One host will check and update the author attendance. One host will check and contact with the session chairs regarding session chair feedback. That means the session chair evaluation for every paper. And one host will constantly maintain chat communications. Now, after the pre-room management, I want to talk about the in-room management. So I will request Nasim Bhai to move to the next slide. Thank you, Nasim Bhai. Before the session, it was really necessary for us to log into the room and start the meeting at least half an hour earlier and test whether there were any inconveniences from our side. Presenters and speakers were allowed about 20 minutes earlier in the virtual room to test their connectivity, their screen sharing, etc. And these allowed in many cases a very lively discussion prior to the session, where all authors, session chairs and speakers could have a very short chat. Regarding setting the room, there were several precautions we had to follow, like avoiding unwanted disturbances during a presentation, weird annotation, sounds or videos. And now it was for every host's part to play their role honestly, and very fortunately we all performed a very good job. Like a room host had continuously updated the present absence status of the authors and session chairs to the central coordination room to get the immediate action. Central coordination room contacted the respective author via via WhatsApp or mobile or text or email. And in some cases, rescheduling was also done for any paper that was the author who could not be instantly connected for question answer session. We played the pre-recorded video, but the question answer session was handled later. Participants in a room was asked by an author to write, a host to write name and affiliation on the chat box. And an author was a host was always there to confirm the attendance of the authors in a technical session. The online attendance sheet was also maintained during the session and confirmed by the session chairs. The host who was constantly maintaining the chat communication was requesting the session chairs to take questions from the chat boxes. And for these, some cases, extended period was also allowed to complete the discussion among participants, speakers, session chairs. And regarding backup, conference proceedings were available to all the hosts, all the authors in a drive where authentication was required, and session chairs were access to the full proceedings. And we had made a checkpoints where we had to mark all the tasks that was assigned to a host was done or not. Like individual paper evaluation needs to be collected through online form of the session chairs with the help of the room host. We also found the poll option could be kept to make the session interactive, as we have already seen. Now, these were the experiences and findings I had to share with you, and our respective panelists and attendees can ask questions in our chat box. Hopefully, I, along with our other secretaries and our TPC chair, Dr. Fatta, we can answer. Thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you, Sajid Jaman. Your points will help the next panelist to summarize their points. Now, I request Professor Kuno from Japan to share his comments. Then we'll be going for Charmaine from United States. Charmaine, please get ready. Professor Kuno, you wanted to share your slides, Professor Kuno?
Yeah. Yeah. Congratulations for successful conference. My name is Yoshinori Kuno from Saitama University, Japan. Yeah. My experience of virtual conference, I think I can obtain technical information. That's very good, no problem. But as a presenter, I'm not sure if the audience is interested in my talk. I cannot get any responses from the audience. And as an audience member, I'm not sure how the others evaluate the talk. It's very important to know others are, say, interested in the current talk or not. We can feel in the real conferences, but not at virtual conferences. So these are interaction problems. I'm working on human-computer interaction and human-robot interaction. So we've started the research about this interaction problem. So there are three means of communication at conferences: verbal behavior, non-verbal behavior, and audio-visual aids. And there are three communication channels: from presenters to audience, from audience to presenters, and among audience members. This is also very important. So we compare face-to-face and the virtual conference from these points. In the case of from presenters to audience, as to verbal behavior, almost the same, even. For non-verbal behavior, yeah, face-to-face may be better than virtual conference. But we can get the video images of the speaker, so we can get some non-verbal behavior information, but not enough. And audio-visual aids, this is even. Maybe possible we can make virtual conference case better than the face-to-face. And in the case of from audience to presenters, yeah, verbal behavior is also the same. But non-verbal behaviors, there are lots of differences. Yeah, so in face-to-face communications, yeah, the presenter get the non-verbal actions, reactions, such as gazing and nodding easily, but we cannot get such non-verbal information at virtual conferences. Audiovisual aids, yeah, usually we don't use these non-verbal audiovisual aids, but at virtual conference, we may use visual aids from audience to presenters, such as say showing some figures or videos to the presenters. Among audience members, yeah, verbal behavior, yeah, this is very limited, but the F2F case is better than virtual conference. But the large difference may have non-verbal behaviors. So in face-to-face, we can feel others are, say, interested in the talk or not by watching their attitudes, non-verbal behaviors. But at virtual conferences, we cannot get any information. So in summary, so as the verbal behavior, almost even. Audiovisual aids, yeah, even, but we may have better ways in the virtual conference cases. But the problem is non-verbal behavior. Yeah, F2F wins big, especially from audience to presenters and among audience members. So we have started research on the above by extending our live performance support system. So yeah, this is not the virtual conference, but we have developed a bilateral live performance support system. Yeah, it can support the live performance from performers to audience and from audience to performers. So this is the overview of the system. So maybe we don't have time, so skip details. And let's see this video. Yeah, as you see, yeah, if the performer moves the hand, yeah, pen lights shine and also pen lights vibrate. So fans of the performer may feel, yeah, their idols are working very hard. And You see? Yeah, if the audience shake the light, pen lights, here, the LED lights on the performers will shine. And we did actual experiments asking to a conference by real professional idol group. So to improve interaction at the virtual conference, we need some support technology for nonverbal communication, especially from audience to presenters. So presenters would like to know the audience responses. Also, we need to consider interaction among audience members. Audience may care how others think about the talk. Yeah, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Kuno. It's a wonderful, wonderful talk, and it will open up a new era of research for the generation who are thinking that what they will do in this COVID. They can help a lot more to make this virtual conference more interactive. I will be requesting many of you to connect with Professor Kuno and start doing this virtual research with his group. It will be a great opportunity. Thank you. So now we are going to Charmaine. Charmaine, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes. Thank you for waiting.
No, not a problem. Thanks, Celia, for inviting me. Gave me the opportunity to get up at 5:30 this morning. I'm in San Francisco. And it was my first time actually going to a Region 10 IEEE meeting. Even though I'm actually from Region 10 by nationality, I have citizenship in Singapore and New Zealand. So, you know, COVID's been massively bad across the board. I think we can all agree on that. But I think it's actually allowed us some new opportunities that we as a human species weren't really thinking about. And fortunately, of course, with Zoom, it makes it a lot easier for us to connect with one another. So as an example, it would be very hard for me to be able to travel to Region 10 for conferences, primarily because my funding and personal funds go towards the conferences that I typically go to each year, as well as my trips to do research in Africa. And so these virtual conferences have allowed me to connect and allowed others to connect with folks that they wouldn't regularly be able to see. And in order to also disseminate and actually see people rather than, you know, knowing people by their articles and what they've published before. I think that in the last 6 months, since, you know, COVID's really become a global pandemic, we've kind of been putting a Band-Aid over the wound, right? Let's just try to deal with getting used to this new situation of lack of travel and trying to organize these conferences. But I really think it provides a great opportunity moving forward, especially for those of us who are engaged in humanitarian technology or who are at institutions that don't have a lot of funding for faculty and students to go to conferences, especially in IEEE, for example, where in comparison to other fields such as psychology or kinesiology, the conference fees are actually quite expensive. And so I like these virtual conferences because they do allow me the opportunity to see more people, give more talks, get more connected with the community, because there are so many great ideas that come from other countries. So for example, when you do your education in America, you have a American upbringing and American ideas about how to approach problems. Whereas, so take robotic rehabilitation, which I work in, a lot of our mechatronics are extremely expensive and extremely heavy, complicated systems. Whereas in Japan, they use more hydraulics when they're operating their haptic robotic systems. And so I think that these virtual conferences are a great way to be exposed to different solutions to a problem. And as well to be able to stimulate greater discussions with folks. For example, I know that we can't talk with each other during a conference face to face, but I like the idea of having the chat box, because I think I go back to when I was a student, I would feel really self-conscious and nervous to go up and speak to anybody that was a professor. You know, there was this kind of a barrier in level between me and them. But I think these virtual conferences do allow for a bit more personality and a bit more approach. People feel more approachable. And I get to see this where students are asking more questions, getting more engaged with folks that they're working with and folks that they may have only have heard about on papers or are mentors of their professors, right? Who seem pretty unattainable. And so what I'd like to see in future and what I really commend to the organizers of TENSYMP is probably one of the best virtual conferences I've been to where, you know, there hasn't been a massive technology failure. Yeah, especially when we're trying to get folks from developing countries to get involved where technology is an issue. You know, I'm sitting pretty here in my San Francisco apartment, but in August, I'm going to be in Ethiopia for 6 months. And there I'm going to have extremely intermittent internet. And, you know, and so I'm hoping that these virtual conferences will work well there. And I know that's a problem for many folks also in this room, is that the internet connectivity where they live and where they work isn't fully sufficient to do these live streaming things. So I think that if conference organizers and those that are involved in the conference can work on these alternate methods where folks who have technology limitations can also engage, that's, I think we're really going to see a massive increase in what we as engineers can do for society, because it allow people who are directly working in their neighborhoods, in their communities, to tell people like me, you know, what they actually need and how it can be done. And hopefully actually lead to greater collaborations between people who are in those communities and people that aren't, but want to do some good for society. So again, thanks to everyone for being here. I know it's late for y'all, earlier for some, but again, I just think that while there are pluses and minuses of virtual versus in-person conferences, that there's a lot of good that can be done with virtual conferences that you couldn't do with in-person conferences, especially with respect for folks traveling from developing nations or who have very limited funds or family obligations to actually attend and to gain more knowledge and to disseminate more knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your insightful comments. Actually, since you are working with humanitarian technology, you shed light on that part, actually, that how we will do that community work, how we will take emerging technology to the community people. That is a challenge for us. However, but still somebody said yesterday, if we can make those community projects which are impactful, virtually relevant as per advice of Professor Kuno, then we can get them engaged and we can keep IEEE going for membership development and membership retention. That is another way of keeping them engaged. With that said, I will now request our one Ruan, Dr. Ruan from Sri Lanka section chair. There are two Ruan, my friends. So Dr. Ruan from Sri Lanka section, Yes, it's great to be here. Please, if you can share your view.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Celia, for inviting me for this virtual conference organizers panel. And also I would like to thank you again for inviting us for the TENSYMP 2020 as session chairs. Actually, this is a good learning experience for us in the region 10 and all over the world, because still, even though the world is converted to virtual mode, still people are in the learning mode, as I believe. So, and also the virtual conferences, what I like most is the possibility to be too casual. Now in the virtual mode, I can be at home, what I want wear, and I can use my cup and I can have my tea and everything in the home. And when you go to the virtual mode, we have to consider few things. So we have to consider what are the expectation of real or the face-to-face conferences. Then what are the challenges and issues of the virtual mode? And what are the advantages that we can extract from the virtual mode? Now, if you take the expectation from the the face-to-face conferences, we can categorize in two ways: technical kind of expectation and a social kind of expectations. Now, if you take technical kind of expectation, of course, as you all know, the sharing the knowledge of the research finding and getting feedback from your peers, as well as acquiring the latest research knowledge are the expectation, technical kind of expectation from the normal face-to-face, or we call physical conferences. And also it includes a social kind of expectation, like networking. You know, if you go to the conference, you can meet new people and you can have interaction, especially with the leaders of that research area. And also, as mentioned today and yesterday also, we all like to take a, as you mentioned, selfie with the research leaders in our area. Like that kind of social kind of expectations also in the face-to-face conferences. When you move to the virtual mode, how those expectations can be met, that is very important thing that we have to discuss. Now, virtual conferences, challenges, if you discuss about the challenges, like main challenge what I can see is how to interact and network and meet people as the face-to-face conference. And also in the virtual mode, there is an issue with the time zone difference, as you all know, and also commitment to the presence is very important. That is also be a challenge, because nowadays in the world, because of this COVID pandemic, people, they are in some part of the world, they are locked down, they are in the mainly their residences or homes. So in that case, you have a lot of time to engage in with virtual event. But after the lockdown releases, how about the participation, presence in the virtual conference mode? That we have to think seriously. And also, now, as you already discussed, virtual conferences, we have a lot of advantages. Like you don't have to travel, and you don't have to have prior arrangement for traveling. Like you don't want to get the visas, and you don't want to reserve your air ticket. Therefore, a lot of money can be saved, a lot of time can be saved. Those money and time you can invest for your research. So that is one very good advantageous point of the virtual conference. And also, as mentioned yesterday also, we have a lot of degree of freedom to move from one session to another session. That is also again a very good advantage of virtual mode of the conference. And if you consider about the future of these conferences, I believe that future we will have like hybrid mode, like face-to-face plus virtual, we can say a blended mode. So some people are at the location and some are outside from the location. So the blended mode, I think, will give very good advantages for the research community. Now, now during the post-COVID situation, I believe that the blended mode with the hybrid conference will be the trend. And yeah, and these days we are organizing Morocco Engineering Research Conference, which is again an IEEE conference. So I could get a lot of experience from this virtual conference organizers panel as well as TENSYMP. For that also, I would like to thank Professor Celia. And as last point, I would like to request from Celia that please share your report. Now, probably you will make a report and some kind of material that can be shared with the others. Please share those with us. So those will be very valuable for us to organize some other conferences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruan. Your meaningful points, summarizing the different points. Actually, we are planning to share this whole idea through some professional newsletter. Now I will be requesting our Region 10 newsletter coordinator, Professor Faisal, to share his views very quickly. Faisal, are you there?
Hi, yeah, I'm here.
He's from Malaysia, past chair of Malaysia section, a researcher in signal processing. Faisal, please go ahead.
Okay, sure. Before that, thank you for inviting me to speak for this in this virtual conference organizers panel, and also thank you for to you and also to Prof. Atta, okay, for writing an excellent article. Okay, so for those other members, please look out for this July newsletter. It should be out within a week or two. Okay, we have an excellent article written by Prof. Atta, okay, based on his experience in organizing the first Region 10 virtual conference. It's quite a detailed report, okay, sharing his experience, the difficulties, okay, and so on. So please look out for that, okay. Okay, back to this discussion on virtual conference. I don't have any experience yet, okay, in organizing virtual conference, but I may have one soon. As you know, the Sarawak subsection is organizing Region 10 HTC 2020 in Kuching, and I'm the helping out as a general co-chair because I'm from Malaysia section. We are helping out the Sarawak subsection. It's interesting that the shows you showed earlier, okay, showing that the poll that you showed earlier, showing the majority think that for the next 1 year, we should not have a physical conference. So also because of that, you know, we are organizing Region 10 HTC, R10 HTC. There's a bit of uncertainty, okay? So we may or we may not going to have a virtual conference. We are still waiting for now, okay? But currently there's a lot of uncertainty. First of all, it depends on the government decision, because currently for Malaysia government, we have not yet opened our border to any country. We may soon, okay, because I think recently they just announced, I think they relaxed the lockdown measure quite substantially. The school is going to reopen soon. So the conference will be sometime in December, early December. So it's still quite a far, still quite some time to go. Okay, but I think for a good conference, we need to have the decision early as well. So that's one thing. It depends on, you know, first of all, the government. If the government doesn't open the border, then definitely you have to go for virtual. Okay, and being one of the 3 flagship conference of Region 10, okay, we also need to look at what the other 2 flagship conferences are doing. as you probably you know, TenCon will be held sometime in November this year. Okay, and R10 HTC will be just around 2 or 3 weeks later in December. So when we want to make a decision to go to virtual, then we also need to see what TenCon is doing. Okay, because we don't want to, you know, for example, if we decided to go virtual, but then TenCon, which is 2 weeks earlier than us, 2 or 3 weeks earlier than us, decided to go physical. So it might not look good for, you know, for us who were 2 weeks later, but still decided to go virtual. Okay, but then again, there's a lot of other factors involved. For example, TenCon, they will not have any issues getting papers. For example, is the main flagship conference of Region 10. There's no issue there. Whereas for Region 10 HTC, the conference is rather small, so we need to have to attract paper submissions and so on. Okay. Another thing I would like to highlight is that when we decide whether we want to go virtual or not, it also just now I think Prof. Atta shared something about sponsorship. Okay. Kuching is a city in Malaysia. We have is in the state of Sarawak, and Sarawak is really active in promoting tourism. So they have this Sarawak Convention Bureau who actively promote to have international conference. So they give out sponsorship. So for this Region 10 R10 HTC, we have we receive sponsorship from them. Okay, but the catch is, we need to have a certain number of foreigners or tourists to come to to Sarawak or to Kuching. Okay, so if we decide to go to virtual, then this is basically they will forego the sponsorship. So that's basically one big call it factors. Okay, we need to of course the sponsorship basically will be used for especially for keynote speakers, bringing keynote speakers and so on. So it probably will cancel out each other. Okay, but still is quite when we sign agreement with them. Okay, we promise to bring this. We have the conference physically to bring certain number of tourists to the country and also to the state. Okay, but if you go virtual, then you are going to have whole different set of things going. Okay, and also when we bid to have the R10 HTC, to bring the R10 HTC to Kuching, okay, one of the main reason is to showcase Kuching itself to Region 10 members. So with virtual conference, then again, we can do virtual tour like previously I saw one for ICAS in Barcelona. They do virtual tour in Barcelona, but still it's not the same as having actual tour to the city. Okay, and finally, one more point I'm going to highlight. Okay, currently many of the conferences that the virtual conferences that I attended or being involved, they switch from profit making or surplus making, okay, to break even. For example, ICAS, okay, they switch their focus to be break even. Okay, but then again, the question now is how long can this be sustained? Okay, they cannot if they are going to let's say we have to have virtual conference, okay, for the next few years, how long this can be sustained, okay, with just a break even. Okay, as a society, we need to make some surplus in order to carry out other activities and so on. So this is also another factor. Okay, I think that's all the points I would like to highlight. Okay, for Region 10 HTC, we haven't decided yet because we are still about 5 months away, okay, but we may in the end, okay, opted for virtual conference, okay, but the decision should come in soon. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Professor Faisal, for sharing the difficulties, but I wish all the best for Region 10 HTC and invite everyone to submit and contribute papers in Region 10 HTC. Bangladesh has organized Region 10 HTC in 2017, and we attracted around 700 participants there. That was the first Region 10 conference in our country. So please submit papers to Region 10 HTC 2020. Sarak is a very good place. Hope we have to consider our members' health. If everything goes fine, it will be face-to-face or hybrid or virtual. Hope for the best. Now I will be inviting Professor Masud Chaudhary. Thank you, Faisal. We look forward to reading the article of Professor Fatah about the virtual conference, elaborative article. Dr. Masud, please. He was
Thank
our
you.
speaker in industry academia collaboration for TENSYMP.
Thank you for inviting me for this session. Fatah and Celia, two of my dearest person in Buet community. Always I appreciate the things you are doing for the community. Previous speakers already highlighted the advantages and disadvantages of in-person conference as well as virtual conference. So I'm not going to repeat those. I'm going to provide my thoughts and suggestions. How do we address the challenges of virtual conference based on my experience, what is going on over the last 3-4 months, because I'm spending between 5 to 12 hours a day on Zoom or Microsoft Teams because of my administrative responsibility, plus many speaker engagement. So one thing we have to remember, this pandemic, actually, it's not a temporary thing. It permanently changed the way we deliver and share education and knowledge. It's a permanent situation. Even if the infection goes down, we are not going to the original normal. We are in a new normal situation for the rest of our life. In this situation, virtual conference will be an integral part of our education and knowledge sharing and exchange. And how do we address that? The very first thing we have to address the digital divide. What do we mean by digital divide? The accessibility or lack of accessibility between privileged and underprivileged class of population in every society to internet and digital platform. And to organize this type of virtual conference and to make it successful, you cannot rely on one single platform. Like the way we are handling our administrative work in University of Missouri system, 4 campuses in the 4 different corners of the state, you have to run this session simultaneously on more than one platform. Like we are running it on Zoom and Microsoft Teams parallelly, and also we are keeping a call-in options. So because not every corner of the world will have the same bandwidth, same connectivity, so you have to have preparations for multiple platforms. And when you have multiple platforms, you have difficulties in running live sessions. So for this type of virtual conference, what you have to do, you have to have pre-recorded speech for every presentation, where a speaker can be present through Zoom or through just call in. Then you will actually run his recorded slides and speaker can just call in. And even if the speaker cannot call in, you can just simply run the recorded video. That's how we are handling our actually bigger system-wide meetings. I'm talking about between 3,000 to 5,000 participants across the University of Missouri system. So all sorts of limitations are there. Now, another thing, University of Missouri system, we are sharing courses across the campus. Now, I am delivering my course to 4 different campuses of University of Missouri system online. And how we are handling it? Not all students will have access to high bandwidth internet. So we have a campus in Rolla. We requested Rolla to organize a room with socially distanced regulation where a student can attend 6 feet apart from each other, they can sit, and they can attend a classroom with full high bandwidth internet facility. So you can actually now, let's say you want to deliver a conference session to somewhere in Madagascar. Connect with an university in Madagascar. Can you please become a local host and give us a room with an internet facility and invite your local participant to attend in that room? Those, we are actually running our remote classes by this type of arrangement. Because not every rural student will have high-speed internet access, we are actually contacting local community colleges, local universities. Can you please provide us a room for 5 or 6 students who will maintain social distance and everything, mask and everything, but that's how we are handling this. So that is the channel or digital platform issue we are handling. The other thing Dr. Saifur Rahman and few other speakers is how we keep people engaged and interested. You have to remember, physical conference is not about just technical session and presented paper. It's about career networking, professional networking, guidance from the seniors, recruiting, also showcasing, outreach, personal development, also exhibitions, publication booth. Also, it's a recreation and bonding for family and friends when you go out for vacation. So how do we handle all these additional attractions in virtual environment? Like the way we are doing, I am personally going through a leadership development training for last 1 year. After first 3 months, it stopped. Now we went virtual. So to keep engaged all the system leaders from 4 different campuses, what we are doing, during any live presentation, after every 5 minutes, moderator is requesting the presenter to give a pause for 2 minutes, and he is reading or she is reading 2 or 3 questions from the audience, or he is or she is bringing 1 or 2 audience in live to ask questions. So the periodic pause to keep them engaged. And then these are day-long training sessions. What we are doing after like every 2 or 3 technical sessions, we are arranging social events. Bring your coffee, bring your lunch. Let's just keep the session open. Everybody can join. You can chat, you can have your lunch, you can have your coffee from your home or office. So those social events are kind of pushed in between technical sessions. And for virtual conference, you can have actually one dedicated sessions for recruiters, for academic recruiters, as well as industrial recruiters. They will come, they will present, it will have an interactive part. And then you will have a dedicated sessions for career development for students and early career people, where you can invite senior and more successful people to share and exchange their views and suggestions. Then on the, also in conference where I go, in every conference within IEEE, I actually find new collaboration opportunities, new funding proposal opportunities. And you can actually have a dedicated sessions for this type of funding and collaboration opportunities where people from similar interests will come together. You can have one room for funding and collaboration opportunities in AI, in IoT, those kind of things. Then you can group them together. You can keep them engaged and interested about the conference. And the biggest marketing piece for any virtual conference organizer is to promote that this platform, virtual conference platform, provides access to everyone with every background in every remote corner of the world. Because for financial reason, for visa and political reason, for time and other difficulties, it is not easy to commit to go to every conference in every part of the world. For example, I have 10 to 12 students. I send one student to one conference per year. That is almost like 10 to 12 conference budget I have to keep per year. It's a huge budget. But if it is virtual conference, I can encourage all of them to attend all conference wherever they have a paper, or if they don't have a paper, if they're interested, they can attend. So that would be the biggest, like for example, one of my recent experience, I was invited to a keynote speech in Pakistan. I went there, several universities invited me on the site to give a talk. Hearing that news that I will be in the region, one of my very close friends from India invited me, can you please come to India as well, give a talk? But the moment I sent my passport to Indian embassy in Washington, DC, they started asking me thousands of questions. Oh, you are going to Pakistan before coming to India. Now I have to give all sorts of questions. What is the purpose of me visiting Pakistan and all those? Overall, my visa processing got delayed. Ultimately, I couldn't attend that Indian seminar. So this political divide in many different regions we have is reality. We cannot resolve that, but we have to live with those political realities or other geographical issues. And virtual conference platform can promote that we can overcome all the political and geographical divides by actually making it more interactive and more participatory. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Masood. The last point is very important. The knowledge should have no barrier, but actually we have man-made barrier, and which is beyond control. Now I will be requesting Prakash Lohana from Pakistan. He is our Region 10 Membership Development Coordinator. Prakash, are you here? Because there will be power failure in your region. Quickly, can you just share?
Actually, we are expecting, because this is the schedule, but still there's no such thing. But regularly, this is the schedule from 9 to 10 p.m. We have, this problem. That's why I already mentioned. Okay.
Has a submission deadline tonight. She will talk up to you. And after that, Dr. Apel Mahmood from Australia.
Oh,
please.
okay. First of all, I really thank you very much for inviting me, and I really like this, the way you organize, you plan the TENSYMP, because I was one of the, invited speaker, and I attended some session. Unfortunately, because of my official, engagements, I couldn't attend all 3 days of the conference, but few were successfully I've attended. And this is really a nice idea that you come up in your mind about that. We're talking about the POCO, and now in this pandemic is really nice to learn how do we organize the conference, because as you mentioned earlier, most probably a year that will take. We will take all virtual conferences. So it's amazing. And thank you very much that you are sharing your experiences with all others, specifically we Karachi section, because we have, just, a while ago, we received confirmation to hold POCO virtually. So obviously we will learn, and
Maybe we lost him. Let him come back. So now I will request Dr. Rachana from Delhi. We'll listen to Prakash Lohanaji later. I will request Rachana, are you there? Because there is a deadline tonight. Everybody is running with deadlines. Rachana from Delhi. Okay. So then we can go for our Apel Mahmood from Dickens University, Australia. Actually, the panelists are the contributors of TENSYMP. We wanted to recognize their contribution by bringing them back again to remain united. Thank you, Apel Mahmood.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Celia. Yeah, thanks for inviting me. Yeah, though it is very late night here, it's around 2 o'clock. It's my sleeping time actually, but that's all right. So yes, I'm not a very senior person. I'm just entering my early to mid career, okay, of my academic life. But I've got some nice experience. Like I work at a university now where we are one of the first Australian universities who started delivering engineering in online. Actually, we offer all engineering in online. So that means this virtual platform is not new to us, particularly not new to me. I did a PhD at a big uni, then did postdoc at another university where they didn't like this online teaching at all. But after that, I moved to a university where I had to do online teaching actually. So actually we talk about the interaction and all this, but the technology has moved far out what we think currently, because there are a lot of options where we can engage students or engage people. Like even if when we go for big conferences, like I go to PSGM regularly, and also I go to IFAC World Congress that Professor Bujana was telling, like where more than 3,000 attendees attend every year. Okay, so what happened in that conference? We don't get much time to interact with the people unless we have pre-scheduled meeting. Okay, because everyone is busy, everyone has got their own schedule. Like that's why we have to set a meeting before we talk. Okay, that is what we can do in the online platform as well. I'm involved with like all energy conferences in Australia, like where more than 4,000 industry and academia people attend every year. Okay, this is going to happen online this year. In that particular conference, like we have got the option in the platform, online platform, we have got the option. Like if I want to meet you, so what I can do, I can send you a request. Hey, can we meet you sometime? Okay, based on that, like you can look at you will have the access to the calendar, you can select and you can schedule a meeting. Now it's up to you whether you can accept it or not. Like then they will let you look at the room number and all these things. That is what we can do here in online platform. Like, but through the breakout room, okay, we can create a lot of breakout room and we can solve some sort of interaction problem. Yeah, I don't see that interaction is a big problem, though there are differences between face-to-face and online interaction. Yes, definitely there are differences, but we can overcome some of these challenges actually, because by using the technology. And that's why what I think and what I believe, educating the participant about the technology is one of the most important things. Like how should we use the technology and maximize the benefit of the technology? That's one of the most important thing. And by considering that fact, like we can overcome a lot of challenges, particularly related to the interactions. Yeah. So that's my thought actually. I don't take more. Yeah, that's my thought.
Thank you very much for sharing your expertise in online teaching and education and how it can be utilized. Now, Professor Kumarappan from Madras, India, can you just share very quickly, Professor Kumarappan? Yes, he is actually Madras section chair.
I'm sorry, Ms. Syria, I'm just coming back, but I don't know if it's continued. That's fine, because I'm connected. I told you that it would take a few minutes for me to rejoin. So okay. Just the last, what, because I know this is too much time. The only, I was asking the one problem which that is important to look in the virtual conferences, as mentioned earlier, regarding the stability of the like I face stability of the internet, the stability of the power, all these things, because sometimes when we are facing all these things, particularly the audience, particularly the participants, obviously this mainly comes could it possible if we just make a survey and then find out what sort of internet connections they have, and we suggest at least at least this kind of bandwidth required to continuous streaming of the videos, streaming of all the talks. That is the one thing I'm suggesting. And the other thing is absolutely fine, as Fazi already mentioned about the HTC, because probably they are also now, though they have a time because it's scheduled in December, but probably they need to go for the virtual. So this forum, we're learning this forum and to plan, and I think it is very helpful for those who are in the pipeline for the conferences in this year, and maybe in the early months of the next year. Possibly they may opt this virtual mode for the conferences. So that's it, because thank you very much for again inviting me, and I really enjoyed a lot. I was listening the speeches, and it's a marvelous. So thank you, Professor Dr. Celia. Thank you, Sheikh Fatah, for inviting me. I'm really humbled for looking at. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your constant cooperation. Now I will be calling Professor Kumarappan. Please go ahead.
Good evening to all. TENSYMP is organized very well. Whether your teamwork is very well appreciated. The conference TENSYMP 2020 was very well organized. Hats up to the organizers. Virtual conference makes things easy, less time consuming, also cost effective. But I also have a concern. The presenters are from all over the globe, from city, town, as well as rural, especially during this COVID situation. Some places are under lockdown, so not able to access some facilities in case of sudden power failure or connectivity fault. It is not easy to put things again on the right track. I think we should also have some solution to them. We recently had an experience of organizing an international seminar. At that time, the speakers are from 4 different countries. Managing the time, we feel very difficult. And we handle effectively and organize that international seminar very well recently. And as well as in our IEEE Madras section, we are planning to organize a number of virtual conferences. For that, I think so you are the pioneer as well as R10 of your TENSYMP shown a very good path to us. So I feel very happy to act as a chair of one of your sessions. The session also went on very well. I gave some of the suggestions, so some papers to be improved further and to be effectively they improve, and again they submit me that may be very good. It appears on the IEEE Explorer. Once again, I'll thank you for a wonderful opportunity as well as its organization of Professor Celia, ma'am, and other team. They acted very well, and that too from Bangladesh. I feel very happy, and thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Kumarappan. Thank you for your time. Now we are coming back to our Secretary Raihan to give it back to our panelists. Raihan, please quickly give some detail very quickly in 5 minutes so that we can come back to our next panelist.
Thank you, ma'am.
Who are from Japan, because it is late there. And I really beg pardon to our countrymen who are bearing with us, our country expert. Please give opportunity to our guest. Thank you. Rahan, go ahead very quickly.
Okay. Dear Nasim Bhai, can you please share your screen? Hello? Yes. Please go to the slide number 2. Yeah. Thank you. Now I'm going to the particulars of the TENSYMP 2020. This is the room plan of the TENSYMP 2020. We had 8 rooms for the whole conference. The first room is the hall room or the ballroom. Its capacity was 500, and we had 7 oral session room with 100-person capacity each. In TENSYMP 2020, we have chosen Zoom as our primary platform. The reason behind is this: the Zoom has easier user interface. Also from conference organizer point of view, managing Zoom is easier. We also consider the other platforms as well. Like we contacted IEEE MCE for Cisco WebEx support. Unfortunately, they were unable to provide us support in time, as TENSYMP 2020 was a big conference. For our backup option, we chose Google Meet. We had 2 dry runs for the whole conference. One was 2 days before with conference organizers only, and the second dry run was open for all authors, session chairs, where authors could check their video running smoothly or not. Nasim Bhai, please, next slide. Okay. Central coordination system is always very helpful where virtual conference management chairs continuously monitor the virtual rooms and can take action as demanded. If a room is completely collapsed, it can be run from central coordination room by virtual conference management chairs. For TENSYMP 2020, we had multi-level backups as they are necessary for smooth interrupt operation. We kept 5th layer backups. For session rooms, we need for at least 2 hosts, 1 host for video sharing and another for chat box checking, communication with authors, participant session chairs. But as we had a session length per day more than 12 hours. Sometimes it was 13 hours. For a single person, continuously hosting that long is very difficult. So to ensure continuous uninterrupted operation, we assigned 4 hosts per room, and these 4 are excluding the room lead. We had 7 room lead who were PhD holders. So that means we had total 5 hosts present in each session room. This number acted actually as redundancy because if any of our hosts faced any problem, another would just take over. For my room, I was in room 1. We made a roster duty for who would show the video, who would check chat box, and who would communicate to authors and participants. So the pressure didn't become high for any single individual. Other than session volunteers, our general chair and TPC chair were visiting every room in rotation. Also, our virtual conference management chairs were in support backup for all the rooms. Nasim bhai, please go to the next slide. Okay, now in preparation, we had to make redundancies to ensure smooth operation. We already discussed the multiple platform. We had Zoom as a primary platform, and if Zoom failed, we would have just switched to Google Meet. I already talked about the roster. All the videos and papers were uploaded in multiple cloud platforms. Other than Google Drive, we used Microsoft OneDrive as well. Yeah, I know. If Google Drive breaks down, that means internet has broken down. The apocalypse has come. Nonetheless, we had backup for apocalypse scenario also. We had divided up papers according to session numbers, uploaded in Google Drive, and we sent the papers to session chairs. We had sent all 40 hosts a pen drive with all the papers and videos because the total video size was more than 16 gigabyte. So sending them a thumb drive was necessary. To ensure uninterrupted internet connection, we delivered each one of our hosts a 4G modem. So other than their own internet connection, for most of them, their own internet connection was broadband connection. We make a 4G connection available. And for the last redundancies we ensured is power. For most of our first 2-level hosts, we ensured they had all had multiple power sources. Like for me, it was IPS. For a general chair, TPC chair, and our section publicity coordinator, they had multiple grid connection. But even if all things had failed, we provided all our hosts with a power bank so that if power fails, if our backup fails, if laptop battery goes down, we can continue to host session from our mobile phone. We have chosen our hosts such as that if one of our hosts, everything fails, the other host of the room were distant enough geographically so that those failures may not be affected. We consider location variance when distributed volunteers among rooms. For example, in my room, the room lead, Dr. Abdul Razak, connected from Uttara. I'm from Bashabo. These 2 places are just 2 opposite corners of Dhaka city. So even these 2 places powered from 2 different government power distribution companies. So location variance also we ensured for network provider variance. Next slide. These are the equipments we provided to all our hosts. A 4G modem to ensure another source of internet, an earphone, a power bank to ensure even all the power backup fails, we can continue hosting from mobile. The wireless mouse, a pen drive full of all the videos and papers, and also USB hub for connecting all those devices if necessary. Next. Now, budget consideration. Now, sometimes people ask why to take registration fees as there are no cost. Organizers need to consider all possible costs of virtual conferences. In broad sense, it may require all costs except venue, food, speaker travel and accommodations, and other costs like logistics, kit, publicity, publication, web, all are required in our virtual conference. At the same time, organizers may have to remember that the chances of getting sponsors are at this stage is very less. One major cost in virtual conference is that arranging virtual platform and management. In this format, it is necessary to buy several required electronic equipment for uninterrupted services like dedicated laptops, mouse, hard drive, headphones, pen drive, power bank, etc. that we provided to our hosts. For income sources, if a conference is organized by university may have a sponsorship their own, but for normal conferences, registration fee is the only income source. So we have to make our budget such as that all our expenses are covered by registration fees only. That is from my part. Thank you.
Thank you, Raihan.
Raihan. I should just add one thing, like Raihan is telling about the diversity in Uttara and Bashapur, the two different corner of Dhaka city. In his group, I still remember one guy is from Rajshahi, Professor Farooq. So it's not even Dhaka city, it is the end, almost the other part of our country. So diversity was huge. Thank you, Raihan.
Yes, and thank you. Before doing that, I can remember that sleepless nights of Professor Fatah with his secretaries, that how to design this. And then we tested from United States, tested from Canada, tested from Australia through our students about the connectivity. When design is done, then where we will get them? Then our TPC co-chair, Professor Rajak, arrived as an angel. And we got another angel in the lockdown, that is our supplier. He made it posted to our 41 locations. I can really explain the sleepless night before designing this virtual system. Thanks to all the contributors who have done it. So before that, thank you, Raihan, for giving this courage to our future conference organizers, that how meticulously we planned it. Next, Professor Bidyadhar, a very senior professor. Professor Bidyadhar, I have seen your name there. Are you there, please? Okay, we'll call him later. Next, Professor Shimamura from Japan. Professor Shimamura. Okay, we'll call them later. Next, Dr. Siti from Malaysia.
Okay, yeah. Hi, everyone. Good evening. Okay, thank you, Prof. Celia, for the invitation.
Normal, it's normal.
Yeah, it's okay. It's normal, yeah. Okay, I don't want to say much, but because it's already getting late, and I think most of the important points have been shared and discussed by the speakers and panelists. I've learned a lot. We have seen, we have listened the main issues in the disadvantages of doing virtual conferences versus physical conferences. And I will surely use this information, this knowledge I'm from IEEE INBS Malaysia chapter, and we'll be organizing our flagship conference, should be this December. But due to this pandemic, we have decided to postpone it to next March 2020. However, we haven't decided either we want to do it physical or hybrid. So based on our 2 nights discussion, I joined the full session last night and tonight. So yeah, it has shed some lights on how we want to do it. And I would like to thank the organizers for this wonderful event. So of course, I'm looking forward. I hope you can share numbers of slides that I think very useful, that I would like to share with my other
Yes, you will get a detailed write-up in the Region 10 newsletter where
okay,
every information is there.
I'm looking forward to
Hope
receiving it.
Faisal will be getting it released very quickly.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, I think that's all from me. Okay, all the best for everyone. Thank you very much.
Prof. Vidyadhar, I just can see you. Vidyadhar, Professor Vidyadhar. Okay. Next, Professor Lakshmi Narayana Meregu sir from Hyderabad, our past chair of Hyderabad. Please, sir.
Good evening, Dr. Celia, Professor Celia. First, it gives me a great pleasure to be associated with Bangladesh section. I think I wanted to visit Bangladesh, this conference TENSYMP. From here, I wanted to go to Canada to attend APS. See, in 1 year, all the things have changed because of COVID. Coming back to this, see, the virtual conferences are definitely the time being may not be full replacement for, face-to-face conferences. Particularly, I would like to bring to this, Professor Saipur Rahman, Pozana Pasik, Professor Kuno, Masood Chaudhary, and Dr. Ramakrishna. See, they have covered almost everything. Ultimately, the summary is, even I have organized a conference in 2015, where I had to run from pillar to post for visa clearances of some countries, which is not under our control. At least half a dozen countries I have to see, particularly China, Iran, Iraq. In spite of that, we could manage 19 countries, right? So definitely this particular one, issue is a challenge which you have done exceedingly well in the given circumstances. I congratulate the TENSYMP team under Professor Celia and Sheikh Fatah. And only one advantage or disadvantage, you see, I had an opportunity to review some papers on antennas and propagation. And I had an opportunity to chair a session. Here, I would like to bring the expectation of the speakers and participants. One of the speakers knows his communication does not support more than 2G. At that time, he says, Chairman, I am in a place where communication is only 2G. What can I do? What chairman can do? Chairman cannot do anything. Organizers also trying to help them. See, such things from the participants also should see that it should be done. And see, anything from beginning to end, except these presentations and all those things, the organizers' work cannot be reduced. But the hybrid mode definitely will help those who cannot travel due to, particularly elderly people, those who frequently travel, like Professor Simon, Professor Saifur Rahman. He visited, Hyderabad a number of times. We are happy. We had a good sessions with him with PS chapter. See, the issue is, suppose I can't go number of times to suppose, USA, all these things this way. It should be there. A conference should be hybrid conference, right? And the efforts, financial, as well as other issues will not be reduced. See, somebody says that okay, this is this thing free of cost. Nahi hota hai. Nothing can be free of cost. See, because we have to pay for so many other things. People have to work. We have to pay for networking. We have to pay for all those things. Quality cannot be compromised, and there is no reason why we should expect the quality cannot be maintained. So with this, I think since time is very short, there are many other panelists are there. The coming year, this is a stopgap, but definitely I am very happy to listen to Professor Kuno, how best we can make it to this thing. It's only an approach stopgap, because right now nothing can be done. We can't do more better than this. This is the best one which has been done. I think this will be very useful. Taking your inputs. Other conferences can be, even now you see the conference which I wanted to go to Canada, I am attending online from July 5th onwards. Some
sessions are going on, face to face, but some of the sessions like this to accommodate us, those who are there in Canada, they will attend it. Why they should be punished within the country? So outside countries like us will get this opportunity. It's a great opportunity. Very well done. Congratulations once again to Professor Celia and Sheikh Pratap. I think meet you sometime because we met number of times, and I missed visiting Bangladesh, which I have been telling from 2016 or 17 onwards. I should visit Bangladesh sometime. Hope this will come up true. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Waiting for the pandemic to over and host you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Looking forward to.
Thank you. Yes. And next, Dr. Ruan, another Ruan. Actually, he is close to my heart because he is graduated from Purdue University, and my only brother graduated from Purdue University.
Oh, I never knew that you were from Purdue also. Good to know. Celia and Fatah, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. So you have done a wonderful job in TENSYMP and also organizing this. I see a lot of problems, so I'm not going to take too long. A lot of people are talking about many things, but what I have to say is that I see this as now, as Professor Chowdhury said, this is a new normal. So we cannot go back. We are not going to go back, and virtual and online meetings will be the reality. So therefore, we see right now there are a lot of technical difficulties, power outages, technical difficulties, computers crashing, network issues, and all these things. These will be the next challenges, and within now that we have identified this, and now that this is our new normal, this will be the new tech driver, and the next solutions will be for these, and these will be necessary, and our new platforms will have these redundancies, backups, and all these things, and I'm pretty sure this will be a necessity in the future. That I think is what I think. I'm not going to take too much time because a lot of people are there to talk. So thank you, Celia, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, and well done.
Dr. Ruan, thank you, because this power backup, our secretary has already shown that how we made this power backup and this backup system. Although pandemic may be over, but this culture will persist, and we really need for uninterrupted work. Thank you, Ruan, for raising this issue and reminding us that we have to be aware and remain careful about. Professor Vidyadhar, I can see you now.
Thank you.
Please, from Goa, if I'm not wrong, right?
Sorry?
So please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Celia, and I must congratulate you for nicely organizing this wonderful conference. And of course, we are very much, enthusiastic in attending all these conferences in Bangladesh to see some of the interesting places. Nevertheless, the session I chaired, I enjoyed a lot. The papers are very good, and many of the papers are basically relevant to the field applications that really gave me a good impression on the quality of papers that those have been reviewed properly and selected for this conference, and that really made the conference standard, good. So another aspect I like that even despite there are problems with the COVID situation, but the organizers are so enthusiastic and so meticulously arrange the organization of these sessions, which is really wonderful. And I once again think that in future, even after COVID, one can think both combining face-to-face and this kind of video conferencing as a hybrid conference paradigm for facilitating many contributors who are not able to travel can take the benefit, and really this opens up an eye for combining both the paradigms of conference that will really benefit all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Vidyadhar, a very senior professor from IIT Goa, right?
Yeah.
Goa is a place in India, lot of CBT. We are coming to Goa after the pandemic is over. All are coming.
Yeah, why don't you arrange a conference here in Goa?
Of course, we'll do collaboration. Okay,
Yeah,
no
I will love to do that.
Yes, I'm telling all our panelists, we are coming to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Okay. So next is Dr. Anjali. Anjali, are you there from Mumbai, from Bombay section?
Yes, Celia, I'm very much
Yes.
there.
Very quickly.
Hello, everyone. Anjali Deshpande here from Mumbai. Thanks to Celia and Bangladesh section for giving me an opportunity to express and share my views about this conference. I will not talk much because most of the advantages, disadvantages, pros, cons, various possibilities have been already discussed. There was a very nice presentation by the organizers on the various aspects of organizing a virtual conference, which has given an insight to most of us, because I don't have any experience of organizing any virtual conference, but in future we will have to do, because this COVID-19 pandemic situation has exposed our shortcomings of science and technology, and now there is a need to have an intricate um, exchange of knowledge. And the conferences like TENSYMP2020 are doing this great job. So we expect that these virtual conferences are going to be in a future at least for a few more years, irrespective of whatever shortcomings or whatever problems we have as compared to the face-to-face conferences. Then what I would like to say that when we are arranging the session in a room, what we the personal touch, that the feedback that we get from the audience when we are looking at the audience while presenting, that is missing over here. So to get that constructive feedback, probably the feedback mechanism can be more extensive and can be improved in order to get a satisfaction from the participant side as well as the organizers side. One more point I would like to highlight is that many times what happens is, for example, control conference is there in the US, which I may not prefer because I'm not able to travel to US. But this virtual conference platform has opened up the possibility of presenting research in the most relevant conferences for any researcher. That is the greatest advantage that I can see right now in this situation. We are also in the process of organizing a conference. We postponed it because of the difficulties. I have gained a lot from this session, as well as being a part of TENSYMP as a session chair. It was a wonderful session without most of the technical glitches that we discussed or we heard from various presenters over here. Thank you once again for giving me an opportunity. Thank you, Celia.
Thank you, Anjali, for your contribution, and thank you for bearing with us. Next, I like to go to my friend from Japan, Shoshino, and after that we'll come back to our secretary to give some details for the future organizers very quickly. Shoshino, can you hear us?
Hello.
Yeah, Shoshino. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. So actually, I'll make a very short, quick comment. So regarding the expectation of the virtual conference and also the challenges in virtual conference. And one last thing is the possible solutions in the virtual conference. First of all, my expectation of the in virtual conference is that the virtual conference improves access to the participants in challenging situations. So last year, we organized the virtual session on the humanitarian technology in Thailand. At that time, the winner was from India. And then he just graduated from high school, but he cannot manage the funding to travel to Thailand, but he successfully won the prize by attending the virtual session. So I think this previous speaker said that the hybrid conference can be the one solution, and this hybrid conference improves the access to the participants in challenging situations. This is one thing. And the challenge is the virtual conference is decreases the serendipity. Actually, so face-to-face meeting is very important, especially for the younger generations. I myself also I received a lot of benefits of the serendipity. Actually, I met Dr. Fata in Seattle. Actually, it was 2016 or something. So, and then that's why I'm here. So it's very, yeah. So that's why it's very important. So the possible solution will be we need the technology for matching opportunities to create the serendipities. This is very important. So, but I don't think I'm not fit upon the good idea for the time being. But we can create the serendipity by ourselves, sending email and chatting, also recommending someone introducing someone to the others. So anyway, so we have to be very, very strong, and we should be very patient, and we should be much more wiser than virus. And then maybe it would be good if we could organize the next TENCO in Bangladesh. And then we meet together, face-to-face conference there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Shoshino. Actually, Shoshino works in Japan Red Cross. He's our very close friend and very, I should say, passionate contributor to all IEEE Bangladesh section activities. And actually, he actually involved with developing smart toilet. That's a very good thing. So if you want to know more about Shoshino, please send email to me. I will connect you with Shoshino. So now I want to call Dominic from USA, and then we want to go back to our secretary. Dominic, are you there? Okay, no problem. I'm checking with her. So Raihan, let us go the presentation of Nasim very quickly. Hello, Raihan.
Yes.
Very quickly.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Hello everyone, this is Raihan Rashid, Conference Secretary of IEEE TENSYMP 2020. Now I'd like to call Mr. Nasimun Nobi. He was the virtual conference chair of IEEE TENSYMP 2020. Nasim Bhai, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Raihan, for the nice introduction. I also thank Professor Celia Shanaj and Fatah sir for inviting me to share the experience about organizing TENSYMP 2020. So I will mostly I will cover the registration process, registration for conference, registration for virtual platform, and I will also try to give some idea about how attendee analytics can be used for future use. So first of all, I would like to share some points on conference registration. In virtual conferences, considering that the cost of organizing the conference is reduced, participation for general attendees is made free. But for authors, generally, they pay a reduced registration fee. In TENSYMP 2020, we have given 60% discount for authors to present their paper, and we have made it free for general attendees. And however, the technical conferences should not be free. Some conference organizers recommend that if the conference is made free, completely free, it may create some problem to get paid participants in future when we will be organizing face-to-face conferences. But it's true, if we can make it free, it will attract more participants. And registration process, the registration process is pretty similar if we compare it with a face-to-face conference. what we need in addition to a face-to-face conference, we need to collect the video presentation, which is pre-recorded by the authors. And we additionally for TENSYMP 2020, we have collected a PowerPoint presentation prior to the conference. But it's important to check the audio quality and video quality, also the type of format of the video, because sometimes, as Fatasa said, sometimes if you play the video in the conference session, and if you find the sound level is not that much good or video quality is not that much good, it will create some issues in the conference. So it is better to double check the files, whether they are in correct form or whether their qualities are correct. So it's very important. Even if you need, you may need to communicate with authors to resubmit their presentation if that is not of that much quality of expectation. Another registration is important for virtual conference, that is platform registration. You all know we need to log into a platform, whether we use Zoom or WebEx. We need to have a separate registration for the platform. So for TENSYMP 2020, we have used Zoom as the primary platform, as Raihan said, and we had backup platforms like WebEx and Google Meet. So we had to ensure the registration process for Zoom and WebEx. We have prepared a detailed guideline for the authors, for the session chairs, for other attendees, how they will sign up for the platform we have suggested, how they will join different rooms, their links, their passwords, everything have been given to them before the conference. So it's very much important. So if we do not provide them the detailed guideline, they will not be able to log in the sessions, right? So it is very much important to prepare the guideline and send them to the registered authors and participants, so that they can read them and they can send their feedbacks if they don't understand any part of the guidelines. So these are very much important. Also, if we if you see the registration process or sign-up process in Zoom, there are different options. You can make it very complicated, like only authenticated users can join the session. If you make those things, if you incorporate those things, it will be good. But if you make it very much complicated, they will face difficulties when they try to join the session. So it's very important. Make it simple so that everyone can join, but don't make it very make it as simple, which will not give you enough data. It's important to get enough data because security is a concern. So that's about registration for the virtual platform. So I want to mention another point. It's kind of tip for the organizers. When you create a event in any platform like in Zoom or in WebEx, you must this feature is supported by almost all the platforms. You must create the recurring events. Like you will be running the conference for 2 days or 3 days. If you create the recurring events, the same link will be activated for 3 days. So you will be reducing the number of links, number of passwords this way. So it will make your life easy. So less manpower will be involved. By this way, you can reduce manpower, reduce number of passwords you have to handle. So this is kind of tip from the organizer side. So next point I will focus about the verification. In virtual conference, it is very important to verify the identity of a presenter. Suppose here I have mentioned 4 cases, but I believe there are many more cases similar to this. Perhaps, say for example, you have a registered author. He will be presenting the video. He will be attending the live session. It is very much normal. But you may see that he has other co-authors. So he can, as video presentation is collected before the conference, he may request his other conference co-authors to help him with the video presentation, because that co-author is very much good at speaking English. So he may take help from from his co-author. But in the live presentation session, when the conference is going on, he may request his another co-author to join with him in the question answer session, right? So this type of issues may have been arised in the conference. So you must have to handle these issues very carefully. You may need to verify different issues, because sometimes in the Asian subcontinent, in Bangladesh and Indian countries, like in many conferences, there are registration from the faculty members, because they get reimbursement from the university, but they want their paper to be presented by their students. So they send an authorization to conference organizers to present their paper from their behalf. So this way conferences are handling. But in a virtual conference, how do you verify who have attended the question answer session, who have been registered for the paper? These type of verifications are very much important. So we recommend to record the sessions from the start to end. So if you need any clarification in any stage, you may check them even after the conference have been finished. So that is from the verification side. Another important point I want to mention about the attendee analytics. It is very much important. If we use the attendee information from the attendance log of the conference, we will get many useful information like number of participants, duration of the presence of the authors in a particular session or in the whole conference. We may collect those information from the attendance logs. Also, we may track how frequently he have been to a session or he has left the session. From attendance log, we can easily track these issues. Some other important issues we can derive from this attendance log, like which we design conference room like power track in one room, communication track in one room, AI in one room. So there are different rooms for different technical areas. So we can easily use the data to know which trend of research interest is going into the participants by tracking the participant number in every track, right? So also from the number of participants, we can get an idea about the quality of presentation in a particular track or in a particular room. Another interesting facts we can get from this attendee analytics is that as registration is a mandatory process in virtual conference or in any other conference, we can get to know about the area of interest of IEEE delegates by particular region or particular area for particular country. We can get these analytics from the attendee list. Also, we can get to know about the variation of interest between student and non-student members, whether the research interest is going on for the students and for the other groups, which research interest is working on which minds. So these are from my side. I hope this information will help you to organize a virtual conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Naseem. Thank you for a wonderful and detailed presentation, which is very helpful for the future organizers in other sections in Region 10, who is at this moment present here, and the future organizers of Bangladesh section.
I think I should just add, like Naseem had to be very busy, because once you will be in the real life, then allowing somebody to log in or checking all those critical authentication issues, sometimes we faced a huge problem because Naseem's set up some sort of security. All on a sudden, maybe someone is not capable of entering. So everything has to be reset and then again set. So this type of authentication and maintaining that type of authentication, yes, in the real life, if you once enter, then you'll see that, because the session is almost started, session chair is not there, he is maybe few minutes late. Why he cannot enter? Because of those authentications. So what you will do? So yes, I have seen, like not only I am just telling Naseem, but all our team members, they had to continuously give support. Even we call outside in abroad. I mean, just the handset, local phone we took and we called outside Bangladesh. I'm not telling about those online calls or WhatsApp or something. We had to, because we had all those numbers at emergency. As far as session chair is not reaching, so we tried to call them. I mean, that's I'm adding with Nasim, like he did those callings and then gave all those instructions, and then successfully those session chairs, sometimes authors, they could enter. I mean, that's why the failure of entering into the conference, I should say from session chairs perspective, it is almost zero. I didn't find any session chair could not join. And authors, as we said earlier, so almost 446, all papers were presented except one or two. They had, I mean, one was in the, her mother was in COVID-19 patient, immediately she has to move there. So some, one or two cases. So that's the case. It's not like that everybody smoothly came. Many cases, they, I mean, this team, they have to call and they have to teach. And also they were very busy during the practice session, what we call dry run session. So their session chairs, they came, and all our volunteers, they explained a detail what will be happening in the real day. You have to come, what you have to do, how to log in. And thanks Nasim for sharing those issues.
Thank you.
Thanks. So one point I like to add, we did actually a dry session for ourselves, 41 posts, and then dry session open to session chairs and authors where they practiced. Then we launched TENSYMP 8 a.m. in the morning. So that was, and we collected phone numbers of every author, presenting authors, and we collected phone numbers of every session chair inside Bangladesh, outside Bangladesh. That was important for connectivity. That was the main reason, actually. Thanks. So we are almost at the end of our session. I will request Dr. Abu Yusuf, who is eventually a student from Professor Kuno. Very quickly, Dr. Abu Yusuf, one of the conference organizers from Bangladesh. Abu Yusuf, please, can you
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Celia. I would like to thank Celia Madam and Fattah sir for your outstanding, tremendous, riskless effort to make this conference a successful one. Actually, everything has been discussed for last 2 days, yesterday and today. I would like to thank all the keynote speaker, invited guests, session chairs, participant, and last not least, I'd like to thank my supervisor, Professor Kuno, who was present yesterday for 4 hours, and today he also present almost for 4 hours. This is my inspiration. Actually, this is my inspiration. I know how much dedicated, how much commitment person is Professor Kuno is. So we need to learn a lot, like a Professor Kuno. Professor Kuno, I am really proud to be your student. I am really proud to be your student. Thank you so much, Kuno. So I would like to mention very simple 1 or 2 points related to the issue, how to engage the participant during the presentation and after the presentation. After the presentation, we can arrange some e-lobby, we can say the term e-lobbies, 2 or 3 rooms. After presentation, every presenter and even keynote speakers, even invited speakers and the other audience can move to the rooms and discuss their papers or talks after their presentation. And some host may be needed here to control these 2 or 3 rooms, as if it is the in face-to-face conference. It is when we discuss during our tea break, during our lunch, something like that. So we can arrange some e-lobbies, 1 or 2 lobbies for each conference. There are 8 parallel sessions. Besides this, I know for this reason we need some extra manpower, host and co-host. Second thing I would like to mention, some conference organizer may want to arrange a poster session. All speaker will not will not go for the oral presentation. Some may want to their poster session. So we can think of it how to arrange virtual poster session. We need to develop some virtual infrastructure or framework for the poster session. I have read an article last 2 days ago. They have arranged a virtual poster session by using their Twitters, and we can think of it lots of technology we have now. So I would like to thanks again all the participants, all the speakers, all the audience who are present in the TENSYMP, and last but not least, the 40 soldiers of Professor Celia and Professor Fatta, who have worked restless to make the conference a successful one. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Yusuf. It's a great moment. We got the idea of poster and it can be transformed into live demo. Because in ICAS, signal processing flagship, I have seen live demo. So this poster can be presented in terms of live demo. Thank you for your suggestion. So I like to call Professor Rajesh Gupta and Deshdeepok Sharma. Professor Rajesh Gupta, can you hear me?
Am I audible?
Yes, sir. From Uttar Pradesh.
Good evening to all. Thank you very much, Madam Celia, for inviting me. And it's my third interaction with Professor Celia. And I'm saying that last time, pre-COVID, it was the last visit when I met her in Delhi. And thank you very much for continuous calling me. A lot of things have been told on these issues. Few things I just want to highlight because time is short and everybody is getting late. So one thing I would like to comment here that the next generation conference will be, you can say, the young generation conference. And because young generation is what is learning the online. And you can go from school going kids to the institute, college students. Everybody is learning online. So taking a comments from people like us or more elderly people will always say face to face because we have learned face to face. But the time is coming when the young people will take over us and things will no doubt be online only. And we have to accept this fact. We cannot deny this. And the time is coming when all the problems will be sorted out. We are thinking today that there will be this issue and that issue, but you will see within a year, all the issues will be resolved and we have to go online. So I am a big supporter of this online conferences and online technical activities. But yeah, definitely one thing which I am a little bit concerned with this online is our young students who are getting benefited from the going and interacting and networking with the experts in their field. And they are getting the opportunity of postdoc and getting admissions in prestigious institute. That is one thing I am a little bit worried. But I think the solution will come out and we have to keep in every conference interaction of the students with the experts. And that will definitely solve this problem also. Towards the end, I would comment one more thing because very recently I visited Lisbon, Portugal, and I know that how much excitement you get when you have any plans for your visits for a conference and you are mentally and physically busy for around a month at least, getting a visa and then visiting and booking a tickets. And yeah, definitely that's a little bit painful, but other way it's refreshing also. So that is one thing we will miss, but we have to find out ways actually. We have to find out ways how to get these refreshments and these revitalization in some other way. But yeah, conference, I guess, will be online. And as far as technical things are concerned, it will be online. So I hope little bit I conveyed, and I thanks again to Celia Madam and the whole Bangladesh section. And thank you very much and congratulations to you also. Thanks, ma'am.
Thank you, Professor Rajesh Gupta. He is a power electronics expert and an expert in renewable energy. Please see his Google Scholar citations. He contributed us in TENSYMP 2020 as a session chair, as a reviewer. Thank you, Dr. Rajesh Gupta.
Thank you, madam.
So
Thank you.
now I'll be calling Desh Deepak. Are you there, Desh Deepak? Okay, if not, then I will request our secretaries, Azmain Amir, to think about, to show the recognition system very well, for which I'm working with you for last more than 20 days for ensuring the recognition system after the post-conference. Azmain, are you ready?
Hello, ma'am. Yeah, I'm ready.
Very quickly.
Hello, everyone. Nasim bhai, could you please go to the slide number 13? Yes, thank you very much. So hello, everyone. I am Sheikh Azmain bin Amir. So in TENSYMP 2020, along with the 40 volunteers, I worked with them. And my work was especially to arrange the session chairs and their recognitions. So the process of virtual recognition. So how did we actually recognize the people? They worked here, they came here, they presented their research paper, they were session chairs, keynote speakers, and etc. So we have to think in the way that how can we make it possible actually like the real life? So the thing is, we will give you a demo. So at first, we collected all those data as possible. Like if I take an example, session chairs. So at first, we have to take their names correctly pronounced, their affiliations, designations, obviously their photos that we uploaded in our website. So we have to go beyond the TENSYMP conference and before the conference, and we have to think that we have to plan that, send them emails and collect all those data, and then the management of the data, management of the rooms and everything. And you know, when the conference is running for 3 days, like first day, second day, and third day, you have to recognize them in each and every rooms, like the room 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the recognition process will be like that. You are presenting your paper, and after that, or you are completing a keynote speaker, and a keynote speaker is completed his or her speech, and after that you will show them a certificate. And that's how we try to recognize them. But what happens if you are in a room, actually in a face-to-face conference, we can see that someone is presenting a certificate and other people are clapping. But what happens if we're in a virtual conference? So we're going to give a demo you. Okay, Ryan bhai, so go to the next slide. Okay, so here's the story behind the recognition. So in the rightmost corner here, you can see that we have posted session chairs, photographs, their names, and their affiliations. So we collected them and we made this kind of JPGs to recognize them in our websites. So if you go to the TENSYMP 2020 website, and then you will find the image, actually the web page, like the and below here. I have put it one screenshot, you can see here, the session chairs on 6 June 2020. So we tried to recognize them in the way that we collected their images and other data. So here, the recognition actually started, as I said earlier before, and huge voluntary work is needed to recognize them. And you know, when the conference is about to finish or after the conference is passed, there's lots of work to recognize the people they were present in the session. There are almost 1,800 people they were presented in the conference. So we have to send certificates to them, and their session chairs, almost 140 session chairs, and reviewers, there are almost 300 reviewers. So it's a really huge work to create certificate for them individually and send them individually via email. So that's the part. And even the research paper awards, actually the best paper awards, for the paper awards, you know, the session chairs, they actually suggest, and after that our technical chairs and TPC chairs and co-chairs, They make decisions, and in a very short time period, you have to show these things. So it's a really tough work to do. And if you just manage this thing, manage all those rooms, and then actually it creates a really nice impact on the person who is keynote speaker or invited, who is in invited talk or the session chairs. So all of our session chairs, I think most of you have received the certificates. So right now, today I'm going to give you a demo that how we try to recognize the persons. No, Nasim Bhai, I would like to share my own screen here. So thank you, Nasim Bhai, for helping me. And let me share my own screen. So here in our session today, we had more than 30 persons who are our panelists and our keynote speaker. So here I am giving you a demo that I just created a certificate for our keynote speakers. So I'm presenting the certificate to our keynote speaker, Lawrence-Song, Bozenna, and Ramakrishna sir. And everyone please turn on your microphone and we can give a clap here. And that's why we are going, that's how we are going to make this thing more lively or virtually connected. So can we just clap to them? Thank you, everyone.
Not
So
three people in the one certificate. You did it very quickly.
Yeah,
it's a demo. It's a demo.
Demo.
It's a demo. So okay, so now we're going to the second slide. Here we are recognizing another 5 panelists here. Takako Hashimoto, MD Javed Moshood Choudhury sir, Nirmal Nair, Chung Chi Lansfang, and Sethi Anam Ahmed. So again, I'm giving a clap for them. And so on. So let's go to another certificate. So here for the next 5 panelists, Professor Dr. Muhammad Abu Yusuf, Muhammad Mufazzal Hussain, Professor Bidyadhar Subudhi, Satish Babu, and Shukesh Deshmukh. Thank you for being with us in our panel. And after that, here, certificate of appreciation is presented to Abdul Hasib Choudhury sir, Dr. MD Golam Rashid sir, Professor Rajesh Gupta, and Luxmi Narayana, Margu, and MD Junaid Batan sir. Thank you for being with us in the panel discussion. Here's 5. So here, Professor Dr. Vijay Rahul Pawar, Rachana Garg, Apel Mahamud, Prakash Lohana, and Sharmin Hughes. So thank you for being with us as a panel. Yes. So I can't hear claps, so please, it's a demo for you.
It's okay.
And I want
it's
interactive.
Okay.
And I'm really sorry for that, because actually for our time limitations, and I have to put 4 or 5 names in a slide. And actually, hopefully when we will send you the certificates, we will make it for only you. So here, Ruan Gupta, Dominic Jankan, Muhammad Faisal Ahmed Fauzi, Dr. J.K. Verma, and Tetsuya Shimamura. Sorry for the wrong pronunciation. Thank you very much for being with us in this panel discussion. And here, the last slide, slide number 8. Dr. Romel Ali, Masud Choudhury, Prakash Lohana, and Choudhury Masud sir. Thank you for being with us here in VCOP Virtual Conference Organizers Panel. So it was our small recognition to you for your time and for your kind contribution to TENSYMP and to VCOP. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Azmain, to showing the huge effort of recognizing and working with me day and night, sleepless night. That's very good. And it's a very simple recognition because we cannot give any crest. So just simple recognition from our volunteers. So I really request our conference organizer, please do not neglect this part. This is very, very important. And we are working, we have worked during the conference to immediately give it to the presenter. At the same time, we are working from 8th June to till now, and we are almost done. So please, you need a lot of volunteers. Please do not neglect this recognition part. It is very important so that we remain in a global world and we remain connected in this pandemic situation. So if anybody is missing, just, I know it is very late at night, you all are tired. And I
Yes,
must
ma'am.
say, if you anybody want to say something in 1 second. Hello?
Yeah, this is Deep Sana. Yeah, this is
Yes,
Deep.
there's Deepak. I called
Yeah,
you. I called you before.
yeah, yeah. I want to say something. Yeah.
Yes. Please.
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, Deepak ji,
Yeah,
please.
good evening. Yeah, I just want to add something that I have listened all the participants, all the panelists. The content is the suggestions are very nice, and I want to add something that the challenges which we have identified that challenges which are networking problems, networking problems.
Please, there's Deepak, write it to the chat box so that everyone can see it. Everyone can read it because we are not hearing you. So we are come to the close of our session, and with us, it is now more than 1:20 a.m. in Singapore, and with us, our Region 10 past director and our Region 10 advisory committee member, Lawrence Wang. Well, Lawrence, are you here? Hello, Lawrence. Sorry to keep you
Hi.
awake so late. Thank you, Lawrence. Go ahead, Lawrence.
Okay, thanks, Celia and Sheikh Fatah, for this kind opportunity to speak to all of you at this closing ceremony of the Virtual Conference Organizers Panel of VCOP 2020. I understand that this is the first virtual online panel in Region 10. All the concerted stakeholders, volunteers, and interested parties join to share the expectations, challenges, and the solutions in a full virtual technical conference with respect to traditional face-to-face technical conferences. This is an initiative inspired by the experiences that all of you have gathered for the Region 10 Symposium, or TENSYMP 2020. The first full virtual online flagship conference in Region 10. I've also been informed that you have about 230 participants who joined this event from more than 10 countries and from many sections in Regions 1, Region 6, Region 8, and 10. And a total of something like 70 speakers and panelists have been involved in sharing effective points of organizing virtual conference for the timely delivery of research outcomes and knowledge sharing. Indeed, conferences are major activities of the IEEE. But more important is that IEEE has the distinction of hosting top quality conferences, symposia, and workshops globally. To ensure the quality of these events, it is critical that conference organizers, helmed by volunteers like you, earnestly embrace the responsibility to uphold the quality of IEEE conferences, whether they are financially sponsored or technically sponsored. And you know, we in Region 10, we have a lot of conferences going on, both technically sponsored and financially sponsored. Well, the COVID-19 pandemic has been very disruptive to the conference circuit, requiring urgent and innovative alternatives to the regular face-to-face events that we've been familiar with. So this VCOP 2020 virtual panel is very timely and a step in the right direction in dealing with how to go about organizing virtual events. And the sharing that's gone on is really very important. We are told that the coronavirus situation will still be with us for some time ahead, and thus we need to reinvent ourselves to continue to organize platforms that will allow our scientific and engineering community to present their findings in either fully virtual or hybrid conference events. We should learn from this pandemic situation to come up with innovative new paradigms for future conferences that expand visibility and experiences for all our conference participants. And indeed, we saw quite a number of experiences that can be shared here. Right. In fact, one of the things that I found in the organization of these virtual events, because I'm also involved in the conference committee in IEEE Communication Society. So one of the things that I found was very useful to participants was to have asynchronous Q&A. So what is asynchronous Q&A is that besides the live Q&A that you have, you keep a channel of communication between the participants and the authors for a certain period of time, right? So that those who could not attend the live sessions, either because of the time zone differences or whatever, they can still communicate with the authors and ask them questions and responses. So I think this is something that could be maybe a feature of future conferences that we organize. So finally, indeed, I must commend all the efforts of Celia and Sheikh here and their entire organizing team for this timely and very relevant virtual panel event. And our appreciation to all the other supporters and participants that have made this event a great success, right? I think this experience can be further shared further with all the other organizers within the region. So on this positive note, I hope that all of you have benefited from this virtual panel and that you will bring this experience back with you. And when you organize your future IEEE conferences, you will continue to uphold and raise the quality of IEEE conferences. So besides the experience, we have to maintain that quality. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lawrence Wang, because previously Mini POCO and our section has received a Mini POCO fund for virtual Mini POCO. In Mini POCO, we used to talk about the conference quality. It is a fundamental thing for all of the researchers, what you emphasized at the end. We cannot sacrifice with it, but the new challenge, it was a great challenge for maintaining quality of huge number of conference growing in Region 10 and also in Bangladesh. It was only 10 years before. Now it is per year 9 to 15. So challenge of quality that you have told, at the same time, this new challenge of virtual mode came. So we are considering both of them equally importantly, so that quality cannot be sacrificed. At the same time, the timely outcome of research is possible to encourage the research and to keep them going and to advance the technology with their efforts. Thank you, Professor Lawrence Wang, for your insightful comments. So before giving the vote of thanks, I like to, I already introduced them and I always told every one of you to go to our TENSYMP website and to see what our secretaries along with me has made our video to recognize our committee, our technical program co-chairs. And this is also part of learning, recognizing people and saying thank you. And also I request you, if you find time, please visit our conference website And today we have our technical 4 co-chairs are there. One has family problem. Other 3 technical program chairs we have introduced yesterday. Still, I like to say them a final goodbye. Professor Moshul, please open your video. 1 second, please say hello to Lawrence and all. And Professor Abdul Rahman and Professor Rajak, our other TPC co-chairs. Are you there? Please, if you are there, please open your video and say thank you to all the participants who are staying with us after last moment.
Hello, this is Professor Abdul Rahman. I am really thankful to Professor Celia and Professor Fattah. And it was actually a great experience and opportunity for us to learn. And it's luckily I learned from the best. And we didn't have that much example also. Like now today we have been talking so much, and now if we go tomorrow to organize, it will be much better for us. But for TENSYMP, we didn't have that much experience, so that's why actually we had to talk a lot and lots of experimentation and things actually were there. And finally we came up with one, and it's everybody is so happy that and things worked so hard, so easily. And on the day of the conference, it looked very easy. But just imagine the 7 days before the conference, how that days went for us. So I really thank everybody for joining here, and hopefully the experience sharing and everything will help us to organize it. And actually now I would like to say one thing about the virtual conference. So many comments are there that it was previously, before the COVID, it was just an option for us. Like virtually we had 1 or 2 keynotes and presentations, but now it became maybe only option for us. So now lots of innovation will be coming in next few years or few months, I think. And hopefully we'll be having much and many more successful virtual conferences in the future from Bangladesh and from around the world also. Thank you very much.
Next, Professor Moshul, are you there? Very quickly. Actually, Professor Moshul is working very hard for our publication to send it to the IEEE Expo. He is working with our secretaries and our technical program chair. And Professor Rajak, are you there?
Yes, I am here. Hello, everyone. This is Professor Abdul Razak, one of the TPC co-chairs. So I'd like to thank all of you. Especially, I'd like to thank our General Chair, Professor Celia, Professor Fattah, that they have a good faith on us. And actually, this is one of the experience even for me, because personally I organized 5 conferences in the past until 2019, which was a face-to-face conference, but this was really a good experience for all of us. And I'd like to thank all the volunteers who actually contributed, who are present here from different parts of the world. So I hope this VCOP 2020 will be very helpful for all of us for organizing the conference in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rajak, for your contribution. Professor Moshul.
Hello.
Professor Moshul.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you so much. Actually, we have the wonderful leader in Bangladesh section, Professor Sheikh Anwarul Fattah and Professor Shelia Shahnaz. So under their vision and mission of IEEE Bangladesh section and guidance, actually all the volunteers are working hard and make it successful TENSYMP 2021. So I'd like to add the one thing. So in future, maybe more conference will be organized in the same mode, full virtual mode. And we may think about the interaction between the recognized or reputed professor with our beloved students, because one of the main motivation is to nurture our young talent or young researcher, basically the undergrad and postgraduate student. So if we allow the more rooms or more options to interact with the reputed professor or IEEE fellow and make a different platform and separate platform, separate room, so that they can interact, they can share their ideas, and they can find the clear guideline about their career and all the research. So maybe we may think about do such kind of interaction, and I think we may it's open for all. It's not free. All students maybe join, especially on that sessions, and other session may be restricted for the registered participant. But this actually succeeds. So thank you so much, Professor Celia Shahnaz and Secretary Anurul Fatta once again. Thanks to all reviewer, organizers, and panelists today's session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Moshul. Today is not present our 3 silent soldiers who are working day and night with Professor Fatta and other TPC co-chairs. Their university engagement, they're involved in the registration process. Actually, I remember them. They're Rifat Shahriar, Dipan Shah, and other. And actually they work tremendous hard work, and we really train them in such a young age, and hopefully they will do 100 times better than us when they will be at their age. This is my dream, actually. That's why we involve so many young people, so that the opportunity that I didn't get in my life, actually they should get in their life. That was the motto. With that said, and with if there are any more people living, please forgive us at this moment and send us comment via email and WhatsApp. We'll be connecting to our speakers and get you back. So with that said, I will request Raihan to close the session with a group photo and a closing video. Please, everyone, please request you to have your camera, because we got Lawrence. It is 1:35 a.m. There. It is also a historical moment. And also Faisal is there and Professor Kuno is there. So let's see. And our lot of friends from different states of India and Sri Lanka are there. And USA, Professor Dr. Masood. My friend Maheshi is there. She is the chair-elect of Sri Lanka section.
Thank you, Professor Sheila Shahnaz. I'd request Mr. Nasimun Nobi to take the photo, please.
Yes. Say loudly, because some people...
Everyone, please open your camera if you are comfortable. I can see only few faces. Please open your camera, everyone.
Yes, Romy. Thank you, Romy. It's too late.
So I am taking the first snap. So the next one. Thank you. The photo session has been done.
Thank you, Nasim. And Rahan, please play the video very quickly. We want to say final goodbye after the video.
Thank you.
Thank you for this video. So actually after doing the TENSYMP and doing these videos, all the certificates and this, and when I was first telling about the VCOP, I was expecting something very rude from my secretary, but he was generous enough to bear me and to listen to my vision at night 2 a.m. I thank all of you, and I thank all participants and all panelists, all speakers, especially Region 10 and especially our Region 10 advisor, Lawrence Wan. Thank you for staying with us. I want to say final goodbye because recognition is very important for IEEE volunteers. Otherwise, we will lose our volunteers. And our root level volunteers will not be visible outside, and Region 10 will not be visible globally. So that was our final target, to find out the effective volunteers and recognize them so that Region 10 becomes very powerful from the root level, and Region 10 becomes more visible globally. Thank you very much for bearing with us. And it's not only a panel of conference organizers, it is a panel of recognizing the hardworking people behind an effort. Thank you. If we have any mistakes, forgive us. Hope we'll do better in future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I seek your support. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.